السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. ايه يا استاذ جمال؟ لا، الصلاة والسلام
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ابعت لهم اللينك على الجروب عشان يشوفوه على اليوتيوب كده الصوت اخباره ايه. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. المؤتمر الدولي للموانئ والمناطق الحرة بمدينة مصراتة بدولة ليبيا الشقيقة. تمام. الصوت كويس في اليوتيوب؟
كويس كويس
تمام.
كويس دكتور، منور
طب
دكتور.
خليك بتتكلم برضه باشمهندس معتز كده ونشوف برضه على اليوتيوب الوايرلس.
في صوت يا راجل تو.
براحتك. بسم الله.
أهلا وسهلا بكم في الجلسة الخامسة من مؤتمر شمال إفريقيا الدولي للموانئ والمناطق الحرة. هذه الجلسة بعنوان التجارة المؤقتة واتجاهات السوق العالمية، والتي سيترأسها الكابتن علي عاصم، المدير التنفيذي في ميناء شرق بورسعيد ومنطقة بورسعيد الاقتصادية. نذكر الجميع إنه سيشارك معنا في هذه الجلسة السيد سريكانت باديغا، مدير بمجلس إدارة منظمة المناطق الحرة العالمية ونائب رئيس مجلس التجارة الأمريكية الهندية الإقليمية بجنوب الهند، عبر تطبيق زوم. نتمنى لكم جلسة مفيدة ومثرية.
بسم الله، الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. Uh, Ladies and gentlemen, I think for the last day now, I think it's my pleasure and also it's my honor to introduce four from probably the best of the best from the maritime sector. I think it's much better because I'm not the best man to introduce those people with the vast experience they have. So I'll keep 30 seconds for each one to introduce himself. So I'm not sure why you are listening for translation, sir. So we will start from geographical locations from Malaysia, from the east, and after that, if our guest from India will going to come with us live, I think he's going to introduce himself also from India. After that, we'll go to Kenya, and we will finish with Tunisia. So, Captain, the floor is yours for 30 seconds. Just give introduction for yourself, and after that, we'll start the presentation. There? Okay. Captain, would you please just start with introduction for yourself personally for 30 seconds, and after that, we will go with the others.
I'm Razali bin Yaqub. I started as a mariner. I sailed for about 11 years. Then 11 years further, I went to the Maritime Academy. Then the last 25 years, I'm in the training and consultancy and education sector. That's about it. Yeah.
We can postpone the gentleman from India, and now we can go for. Just introduce the milestones for your life.
Yeah, my name is Juvenal Shundu. You remember me, I chaired the first session. I'm looking forward to this presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Klebi.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. صباح الخير الناس الكل. بديع القليبي رئيس مدير عام الشركة الحرة المنطقة الحرة ببنزرت في تونس.
Thank you, Mr. Klebi. Captain, I think the floor is yours to start your presentation.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Respected chairman of the session today, Captain Ali Asim, fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh, and very good morning, greetings of blessings and peace to all. It is a pleasure to be invited by the Arab Academy and Misurata Free Zone to be here in this wonderful city and an important conference that I believe will chart the way forward for a greater Libya. Thank you for the great hospitality and covering the good food provided by all. Yeah? As presented by previous speakers, the last 2 days, we can see that the multidisciplinary, multi-sector, and worldwide analysis of the contemporary port industry and port governance and development reveal the dynamics, diversity, and continuous evolution of modern seaports and port-related activities. They present thoughts on emerging issues that will probably shape ports in the future and become central themes for port economics, management, and policy. These include dealing with volatility and shifts in port demand, international and regional functions of ports, environmental and social issues, innovation and information technologies, the changing face of port competition, the multi-scalar approach of port performance, and sustaining diversity in the evolution of ports. I will be sharing the Malaysian port scenario, understandably a little different to that of Libya and the North African region, but perhaps can be used as a comparison to study the path that we have taken in Malaysia and Southeast Asia, and perhaps to learn from our mistakes and weaknesses in overcoming some of the existing and anticipated challenges of this dynamic and high potential North African Mediterranean region. If I can zoom in on a snapshot of Malaysia. Basically, Malaysia is strategically located at the heart of Southeast Asia along the world's busiest shipping lane. Malaysia is a major electronics, oil, and chemical exporter. The economy of Malaysia is export-driven, and in the last few decades, it is spurred on by high technology, knowledge-based, and capital-intensive industries. The trade sector employs over 40% of jobs. It is a key economic equity initiative and high labor productivity. Malaysia, with regards to its economy and trade, although still a developing country, indeed between 1980 and 2023, Malaysia per capita income levels triple in real terms. As a traditional trading nation, Malaysia's economic growth has been leveraged by trade flows. The development of robust port and marine infrastructure has been a critical enabler of this outcome. And over the past 20 years, Malaysia has positioned itself as a global facilitator of trade, becoming an international transshipment hub in the Straits of Malacca. And apart from that, one of the world's largest liquefied natural gas LNG exporter, Malaysia is home to the first floating LNG port facility and the largest palm oil terminal in the world. And as you know, Malaysia is located right in the heart of the region, where intercontinental and intra-ASEAN sea trade routes meet each other. And according to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, Malaysia is the world's 5th best connected country in terms of shipping line connectivity. And with regard to regional traffic, the Strait of Malacca is the world's most important strategic passage in terms of the volume it transits. So about 30% of the global maritime traffic passes through the Straits of Malacca, and Port of Singapore dominates around 50% of this traffic and has remained the region's most important transshipment hub. And you can see the major shipping routes through Malaysia and the high ranking of the country's ports, especially Port Klang. You can see rank number 12 here. And PTP, or Port of Tanjung Pelepas, in this 2019 report is ranked number 19. Being next to Singapore, it is an interesting port for us to study further with regards to Port of Tanjung Pelepas. Yeah? Now it is ranked number 15 after a period of 4 years. We now focus on the Malaysian seaports. Malaysia is surrounded by waters, with our exclusive economic zone bigger than the land area. The Malaysian port landscape is fragmented into different specialized ports spread over the country, coordinated by government-assigned authorities and operated by private parties. And from history, we have been an export-oriented economy of raw materials. Yeah? We used to be the largest exporter of rubber in the world, palm oil in the world, tin in the world, and so on. Yeah? A point to note here, although Malaysia's economy is rich in natural resources, shipped as bulk commodities such as oil, palm oil, and iron ore, containerized trade dominates the country's port activity. Containerized cargo accounted for over 70% of the national throughput at Malaysian ports in tonnage terms. You can see from here, Port Klang showing at the top of the box here, 49 million tons by weight of containerized cargo last year compared to PTP at 38 million tons. Yeah? Let us go into the summary of key ports in Malaysia. From the map, you can see in West Malaysia, we have West Malaysia and East Malaysia, separated by the South China Sea. Yeah, the big ports are the Port Klang on the west coast of West Malaysia and Tanjung Pelepas, which is next to Singapore. If I can go into Port Klang, it is the 12th busiest port in the world. It's important container and general cargo port, and also for dry bulk, and it serves the hinterland needs. Yeah? Next, we have the Tanjung Pelepas port. Sorry, yeah, basically, still on Port Klang, the annual capacity is 20.6 million TEUs. It has a free zone of 1,000 acres. And 61% of transshipment cargo by Port Klang. The annual growth rate is about 6.4% from 2009 to 2019, and is expected to increase its capacity by 60% to 36 million TEUs annually by 2040. Next, we go to Tanjung Pelepas Port. It's a naturally sheltered deep water port located at the confluence of the main east and west shipping lane. It is just across Singapore. It was the fastest growing port in the world for 6 years, in 2001 to 2006, but of course overtaken by China. And it has set a few world records in terms of departing container vessel with a final load exceeding 19,000 plus TEUs several times. And it has now jumped into the rank of 15 busiest in the world. And its free zone is about 1,600 acres of land. And still there's room for expansion. And of course, we have the Kuantan port on the east coast of West Malaysia and Bintulu port in the island of Borneo. If I can focus a bit on Bintulu port quickly, it's the largest LNG terminal in the world for about 35 years, until about 6 years ago, overtaken by Qatar. At the moment, it's still the largest LNG export terminal in East Asia. And we have on the south, Johor Port, and on the north is Pulau Pinang. I will not elaborate much. Maybe a bit on the Johor Port. As a regional commodity hub, Johor Port is the world's single largest edible oil terminal, and is one of the largest hubs in the region for London Metal Exchange cargo. And we have a cooking port in Sarawak, and there are 8 ports in the state of Sabah and the island of Borneo. Yeah? And I quickly touched on Malaysian ports and its hinterlands. Yeah? In the port industry, you know that port sustainability rests greatly on the strong development and relationship with the hinterland. So the increase of hinterland volumes in a port is driven by a combination of factors that influence the transportation and trade dynamics between port and its hinterland, including those listed here. Some of the speakers has touched on this before. I go to the next one. And then Malaysia, of course, is improving its connectivity. It involves enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of transportation networks, yeah? And such as listed here, touched by other speakers as well. Malaysian seaports also face challenges of capacity utilization due to the unbalanced regional economic development. Some areas are more developed than others. We have many remote areas, especially in Sabah and Sarawak, plus also some areas in West Malaysia. And one economic corridor that I would like to highlight is Iskandar, Malaysia, where it is about 3 times the size of Singapore. It is across Singapore and the state of Johor, with a population of about 1.4 million. But within about 1 hour's drive from each other, they have 3 major ports. That is Johor Port, Tanjung Pelepas, and Tanjung Lansat. And much effort is being put to revitalize the industry and commercial activities to boost the regional trade. As you know, Singapore was part of Malaysia before. In 1965, we separated. So a lot of focus was made to Singapore to be developed as a port. But then when we separated, then there's a lot of work to be done on the Malaysian side. And Iskandar, Malaysia is anticipated to generate about 1.3 billion tons of cargo, or about 60 million TEUs by 2045. This is the plan. And the growth in cargo will require 45 kilometers of berth length by 2045. And in Iskandar, Malaysia, in Johor, we still have a lot of space for expansion. So it will be the southern logistic corridor for West Malaysia. And we have a total of 27 free zones in Malaysia, basically 2 types. One is the commercial zone for trading, and then we have the free industrial zone for manufacturing. These are the main major free trade zones in Malaysia, including one digital free trade zone, which provide e-commerce opportunities to domestic, small and medium enterprises in global markets. Next, we go to the challenges facing Malaysian seaports. Of course, there's global trade and economic volatility. I would not go in detail. Some of the previous speakers have touched on this. Then there's competitive positioning and regional rivalry, especially in Southeast Asia and sitting next to Singapore. And we have port congestion and capacity issues and intermodal connectivity and related challenges. And talking about infrastructure development and maintenance, one area cited here is to develop one island, Kerry Island, which is also about the size of Singapore. We have a dedicated additional port in it to be added to Port Klang. So it will not be surprising in a few more years, Port Klang can become the top 10 port in the world. And some issues as well with the labor and workforce issues. You know, Malaysia is underpopulated, and 20% of the workforce of Malaysia is foreign nationals. So a lot of nationalities in Malaysia, and we definitely need to bridge the gaps of the workforce shortages in terms of the skills, and a lot of investment in the workforce development for effective management, which is essential for a smooth port operations. I'm happy that in this region we have the Arab Academy to provide that support. And many speakers have touched on technological adoption and digitalization yesterday. These are all the challenges. Of course, the environment, sustainability, and security concern for Malaysia, because we are surrounded by waters. We have a very long coastline. We are neighbors to many countries. We share the same boundary. So this could be an issue for Malaysia as well. So in conclusion, I hope I'm staying to the time limit here. 1 more minute. Okay. Since the year 2000, we see about 400% surge in container throughput, constituting nearly a quarter of all containers handled in the region. So in Southeast Asia, in our region, basically, Malaysia controls about 25% of the container throughput, 50% by Singapore, and the other countries are sharing the others. So despite what we have mentioned about the potential of Malaysia, we face a number of challenges that will necessitate strategic collaborative efforts to ensure their continued growth and competitiveness. Jazakallah khairan kathira.
Well, thank you, Captain, very much for the informative presentation. I think it's full of information with regard to Malaysia, and this corner is really important for the whole world, I believe, and full of challenges as well. And we will discuss lots of challenges with regard to the Singaporean neighbors and the competitiveness of the Malaysian ports, and also the competition with them, and also the challenges with regard to the other sea routes from the north. Probably it will affect the volumes. You are really ambitious with the volumes coming in the coming maybe 2 decades or so. So we'll discuss that in the discussion. I think that our colleague from India is not prepared. لسه مش جاهز? Okay. So, sir, let's move on to the African continent. And I believe that we will have full of informative, not just about the east coast of Africa, but also with regard to the International Maritime Organization with 22 years of experience. The floor is yours, sir.
A very good morning, dear colleagues and participants. The beauty of speaking towards the end of a conference like this that has had lots of presentations with lots of cross-cutting issues is that almost everything you want to say has been said in one way or another. So for that reason, my work is very easy. I'll be able to get off what I planned fairly quickly. Let me just make sure that my slides can move. And
So my title is Transformative Impact of Global Trends and Technologies on Ports and Free Zones, particularly enhancing competitiveness. So the outline, right. The outline of my speech would basically be an introduction, then automation and digitalization, Internet of Things, which we've covered a lot, port connectivity and trade facilitation, which again has been covered, energy efficiency and sustainability, supply chain integration has been covered. Cybersecurity was basically covered, but I'll be talking about it from a different angle. So when we shall examine the transformative impact of global trends and technologies on ports and free ports, in today's rapidly evolving world, ports and free ports, of course, are gateways and hubs to international trade. When we talk about automation, which we have talked about, but basically the 3 key components of automation is automated cargo handling, smart warehousing, we went through that yesterday, and digital clearance especially customs clearance. We're talking about single window systems. 10 of the major shipping lines have committed to being electronic bills of lading by the year 2030. So you can see that a lot has been is moving on. The main benefits of digitalization, of course, is efficient operation, cost reduction, and improved efficiency. Now, case studies that were looked at in the last 2 days, of course, have been the port of Hamburg and the Dubai free zones. In terms of smart ports, the Maafsluit terminal in Rotterdam stands out. And of course, we have talked about unmanned automated, gated vehicles, remote operated cranes. In the automation again, we see the role of the main challenges that we face is how to transition the workforce, to upskill the capacity of the workforce to cope with the new challenges, cybersecurity, of course, and again, the artificial intelligence integration is coming in very fast in the areas of automation. The Internet of Things, again, which has been covered into details. The key components we saw is smart containers, connected vessels, and automated cranes. The Internet of Things, again, the main benefits is real-time monitoring, operational optimization, and predictive maintenance, which we saw yesterday, how they can help us to predict the equipment, maintenance instead of waiting for it to, to fail. We saw case studies of the port of Rotterdam and the port of Singapore as part of the best examples. Now, the challenges and future trends that Internet of Things brings to us is data security, interoperability, and of course, AI integration. That is just illustrates how the Internet of Things works, from data ingestion to data transmission and data processing, data visualization, and data analysis. Then, of course, port connectivity comes in, which again was covered a lot, because when you talk about trade facilitation, you also have to see the role of ports in the port connectivity. I won't go much into that because we talked about it. The main benefits of port connectivity is reduced transit times, cost efficiencies, and of course, global trade expansions. Case studies again, we saw the previous presentation, how the port of Singapore occupies #1 or #2. We've got the Panama Canal expansion, which played a key role in facilitating the trade. Energy efficiency, we talked about it yesterday. The current issues in maritime now is issues of decarbonization. When they talk about decarbonization in the ships, then the ports also have got to take their role in the issues of energy efficiency. We see renewable energy integration, where incorporating solar, wind, and other renewable energy sources in port operation and facilities, green infrastructure, implementing eco-friendly designs, including energy efficiency lighting and sustainable construction materials, emission reduction technologies. More and more ports are adopting technologies such as shore power for vessel, or in other words, cold ironing. for electrification of port equipment and to minimize the air pollution. We see the main benefits of energy efficiency and sustainability as carbon footprints. In one of the presentation here, we were told the port of Hamburg has got almost, is it 80 million tons of footprints that they have to offset. Cost-saving energy efficiency technologies, of course, lead to reduced energy consumption and operational costs over the long term. Environmental stewardship, promoting biodiversity, minimizing water usage, and protecting natural habitats through sustainable port practices. Of course, there are a lot of investments that would be needed in that. Innovative solutions would be needed. And of course, regulatory compliance. Ports will again have to conform with that. We've seen of more and more talk of greener future, embracing energy efficiency and sustainable transformation in ports and free zones into environmentally responsible hubs, ensuring sustainable futures for global trade. Supply chain integration was covered at great length. The key components which we saw was in integrated information systems, Internet of Things and sensors technologies, collaborative platforms, and of course, the main benefits that we saw for supply chain integration is enhanced efficiency, improved visibility, where you have real-time visibility into the inventory, shipment, and production stages, which allows for better decision-making and responsiveness. Cost reduction, integration and visibility contribute to cost savings through optimized processes and resource utilization. The best case studies is Amazon, for example, the way Amazon is now distributing, things in real time. You purchase something from Amazon in the morning, and by afternoon, depending where you live, it could be, delivered. Toyota, as mentioned, as one of the best systems in supply chain. Again, when you talk about integration and visibility, you've got a lot, the benefits, the main benefits of supply chain is a better understanding of customers and better ability to serve them, more cost effective and efficient with increased rate of return on investments and, and profits. Now, we've seen a lot about, cybersecurity. The main challenges is data vulnerability when you have very fast amount of data which is collected and put on servers, the Internet of Things and automation risks, and supply chain vulnerability. Cyber attacks on supply chain systems can disrupt and compromise the integrity of systems. And one of the examples that was mentioned was the Maersk Line attack that happened in 2017, where the emphasis for the need for resilient cybersecurity framework in the maritime industry. The Port of Barcelona also had an attack. Now, when we look at the future trends, we need to ensure that when we build up the systems in automation, that we mitigate the issues of cybersecurity. I think in yesterday's lectures, we were told that blockchain is one area that can mitigate the impacts that we may have on cybersecurity. We've mentioned again about what happened with the mask line or the mask attack in 2017. It was a big impact. It only happened within 7 minutes. And within that time, 49,000 laptops and more than 1,000 applications was destroyed. The note, it took out, it was a big effect. And a part of that was what we call the reputational damage to the brand. So it might only disrupt you on the business, but then when people start saying a known brand like that has been attacked, then again, you find that it may not be very good for for your customers. So in conclusion, the transformative impact of global trends and technologies on ports and free zones is a journey that demands continuous adaptation and strategic planning for us to be able to ensure that we are able to catch up with the technologies that is going on. So I would like to play a video that summarizes all that I've said. Is there volume? Can we have volume on the video, please?
fossil peat in China, with a staggering investment of $70 billion. Brace yourselves for the mind-boggling spectacle of the Shanghai Yangshan Deepwater Port, aptly nicknamed the Devil's Dock. Behold, it boasts not just 30 berths accommodating behemoth cargo ships, but also an annual throughput surpassing a staggering 47.3 million standard containers, outshining the combined throughput of all ports in the United States. But that's not all. The entire port operates on the cutting-edge prowess of 5G technology, enabling feats like unmanned navigation, path optimization, and automated obstacle avoidance. Every autonomous guiding vehicle prowling the port is equipped with high-capacity lithium batteries, ensuring a relentless 8-hour operation on a single charge. But here's the kicker. These intelligent beasts come with self-diagnostic capabilities and real-time battery monitoring, ensuring that cargo remains on the move without any hiccups or unforeseen bottlenecks. It's a mesmerizing sight, a meticulously choreographed performance where not a soul is in sight. The whole operation appears to be under the spell of enchantment, an intricate symphony of containers being loaded, unloaded, and seamlessly transferred, all orchestrated by fully automated, intelligent machinery. It's like a marvel straight out of a futuristic blockbuster. From dusk till dawn, 365 days a year, the port operates with unwavering efficiency, resembling a relentless magical force at play. And the cherry on top? This powerhouse's operational prowess has secured its position as the world's top performer for a solid decade. It's undeniable that China's prowess in intelligent technology has emerged as the vanguard force propelling global industrial development. Get ready to be amazed and give a standing ovation to the incredible technological prowess of China.
Thank you.
That the only thing that we have to know is that technology is ahead of regulations. So even within IMO, as we talk about autonomous ships and so forth, we find that the technology is ahead, but the regulations have yet to catch up with. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for this informative, but it's about time to start the application of the Internet of Things. So let's move to India, to the semi-continent of India. I think we have our colleague from there who will present on the internet virtually. So are we ready to start the presentation? Well, until we'll get started, I think we can just give a quick introduction. Mr. Badija, well,
Yeah.
pleasure that you are with us here in Libya while you are in the semi-continent of India. It's our pleasure to give you the floor from all the way from the Indian Ocean and the Red Sea, and we are here at the Mediterranean. So the floor is yours. You can just give a quick introduction about yourself for 30 seconds, and after that, the presentation for 50 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I'm missing. I've been following every one of you in the group and following the seminar online. I'm very badly missing every one of you, and the kind of presentations every one of you are making are very informative and thought-provoking. I'm Srikanth Badiga, friends. Very good morning to every one of you. Glad most of you have made it from the different parts of the world. I'm the World Free Zones Organization's Board of Directors. Otherwise, I'm the Group Director of Phoenix Group. We develop IT special economic zones here in southern city of India called Hyderabad. We have around 8 special economic zones, and most of them we cater to the IT SEZs. Apart from that, I'm also the advisor to the Ministry of Commerce, Government of India, in the capacity of Vice Chairman of Export Promotion Council for EOUs and SEZs. Here in India, we have a body called this EPCS, Export Promotion Council, where we encourage the exporters, logistics hubs, SEZ developers, developers, and our main motive is to connect our business houses to the global villages, like people like you know, people are come from different fraternities, like you people are developers, you people are operators, you people are logistics operators. So our main intention is to connect our own units. We have around close to 5,600 members in our EPCS. Almost all of them are within the SEZ and are exporters. And we have been doing this for quite some almost like 10 years. And in India, we have very favorable SEZ Act here. And come December, we are going to come up with another improvised version of SEZ 2.2. Coming back to the main motive, and most importantly, I should not forget to thank our professor and all other main people who are organizing this particular excellent event. And I've also extended an invitation to me, but due to some very emergency things happening here in India, I was unable to make it. But once again, I convey my gratitude that I feel honored for this invitation. And as far as this particular seminar is concerned, before your people could put my presentation, I would like to quickly talk about few recommendations which I've learned from you people and I've been observing, and keeping in view Libya as as a most important part of the global body that of your particular continent, how we can develop that, how we could extend our hand. That is very important to us. That is the main intent of this seminar. I see developing, the very first point is developing sound national policies focused strongly around SEZ development, more particularly post-based activities. This particular thing through World Free Zones, we have been presenting in bodies like UNCTAD, OECD, World Trade Organizations. So everywhere, wherever we talk about these particular connectivity. So we should not neglect certain regions which plays a very crucial role in connectivity. Next is smart incentives. In the previous speaker also was talking about how technology is predominantly playing a major role in the present world and how we should adopt it. So apart from that, what I feel is smart incentives around investments that promote innovation, infrastructure development, and research and development to encourage domestic foreign players to participate prominently in the SEZ ecosystem development. It may not be really a SEZ, but it could also be a free trade zone environment. Next is to set up a nodal agency. What we feel is the way we promote here in India is we have a nodal agency. We feel like we should set up a nodal agency responsible for carrying out the objectives of the above policies to clear-cut roles and responsibility indicators to measure performance at large scale over a period of time. So this is the third point I would like to make. And the fourth point, put in place efficient processes and systems to bring in transparency into developmental measures to win the trust and confidence of investors.
Excuse me for interruption. Can you just share the presentation for us, please, if that's possible?
Presentation I already shared with you people. The people said you'll present that, because I do not have an access here to share my presentation, main presentation. Just trying to give a summary of it.
Okay, no problem. You can just keep going. No problem. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to, before in the main about the presentation, I would like to talk about the kind of requirements what we need for an efficient port-based system to be learned. So the fifth point which I'm trying to make is robust regulatory systems for ensuring consistency in the legal policies. And next most important thing is infrastructural development measures, both through public and private sector participations is very, very important. Here in India, I would like to share an experience like public-private partnership. Especially what is happening is the government is giving land, and government is giving all kinds of permissions to the private investors globally, so they can come in the form of FDI and set up free trade zones and also set up special economic zones. And they're generating huge employment to the local people and also exporting from the country. Thereby, a lot of FDI is coming into the country, and a lot of exports are happening. So that kind of combination would certainly work out and will be a very successful thing, which we have experimented, was successful in India. And encouraging business to incorporate ESG aspect, which is a very, very important thing into their models of sustainable development. Another most important, adopt globally recognized best practice for customs procedures for seamless execution of customs related activities. This particular point, why am I trying to impress upon is throughout the world, most of our customs related policies, which are very crucial, are governed by World Customs Organizations. So World Customs Organization, fortunately, World Free Zone Organization, work very closely with World Customs Organization. They come up with some beautiful policies like authorized economic operator AEOs, which is a very big success story. And India also almost like 60% of our units are adopting AEOs. So these kind of things, if Libya can also look into it, that would be a green channel for both import and export. So concentrating, and if at all, if you could make your policymakers discuss with the World Customs Organization, World Free Zones, we will be certainly very happy to people to connect with the World Customs Organizations. So that would be a very good move. Next is implementing IT tools. In the previous speaker, sir has already explained about how important IT plays. So implementing IT tools into customs supply chain and logistics and zone performance to enhance not only transparency, but also to measure success indicators accurately. That is very, very important. Next is mapping skills to required competencies and identifying skill gaps for effective training and skill development of the labor force, which I'm sure the previous speakers have covered on these areas. So these are the major recommendations I would take. But otherwise, when you look at I think Ms. Libya is asking me to open my presentation. One moment. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Libya. This is the presentation I'm trying to make. And the 10 points which I've just discussed with you. First slide, please. Can you slowly scroll up, please? Yeah. Perfect. So this is what I was exactly trying to tell you out of my 10 recommendations, which I was trying to make through this August gathering. As we all know, globally, free zones play a very crucial role in economic development. And with this, whatever points trying to make are out of the real-time experience of what the Indian SEZ, Indian Special Economic Zones. In India, we have service-driven special economic zones, multi-product SEZs, and multi-services SEZs. And apart from this, we have treated zones, which are a combination of both SEZs and logistics hubs. So they foster employment growth, infrastructure development, global business, and foreign direct. See, here is an interesting thing. I would like to quickly share the evolution of SEZs in India. Previously, until 2006-5, we had a policy called economic zones policy only. We have some enclave economic zones. Later, when the SEZs thing have come up, within 10 years, the employment has increased to 20 lakh people. And the investments of the FDI, the kind of investment is huge. It has almost like 200 times of investment has grown of being from economic zone to a special economic zone. And that apart, the domestic development, regional development. The moment you set up a special economic zone, the other areas, the spillover effect, the other areas started developing. So entirely, when you look at this kind of policies, the fantastic policies, be it a free trade zone, the special economic zones, it plays a major role in the regional development. That is what has happened in India. So when you talk about this concept, one of the key reasons for success of free zones is their ability to attract investments, finding suitable units, tenants, occupants. On the other hand, global businesses looking to expand are sometimes not in need to have full-fledged facility, permanent dispatch in each port to export their produced goods. So we here in India have been accommodating in either through leasing out them or finding a local partner, so that a good business can happen with, because locally a partner can give you all kinds of services, and while exporting, the other partner, other side of the sea, they can also mitigate and take it forward. Likewise, there are also important importers looking forward to have products in need basis. This we have, in fact, through World Free Zone, we're doing some research also, so that we can start working on it and do some mapping. So this is like more of a networking from one point of the world to another point. And the purpose of transit trade, as we all know, is to bridge this gap and facilitate trade between the free zones, both public and private, and importers looking forward to such quick supplies. So this is what exactly I'm trying to say about how the things have been moving much faster here. So the main purpose, what I feel, is to help both exporter, importer, tenant, and zone developer to optimally manage their spaces, thus reducing overall cost. Next slide, please. Yeah. So here you can see transit trade boost opportunity. When you look at the port of entry, here boost local economy through use of local resources, then additional revenues to transient nation, and improving ease of trade operations for both import and exporter, thus boosting port revenues. Next, if you look at the specialized service provider, interport services, event-based trade product services, specific areas of interest of both parties. These are the specialized services where we have been trying and being very successful. And most of the tenants are coming because of the local support what they're having. So if you can see at the right side of the presentation, here you can see how we can, the combination of SEZ, free trade zones, and ports. And of course, everything is based out of the ports. How we can do the better risk management. So what we are supposed to do is assess and understand trade situation of countries, regions. Especially for a country like Libya, we should certainly have data of the potential product which is coming inside the inward traffic. At the same time, outbound traffic. So outbound traffic also we should be positioned to make a matchmaking. Next, ease of opportunity analysis. Easy to identify and recognize market opportunities, demand. So I would once again go back to the previous speakers. What they're trying to say, most importantly, information. The information of import and exporters is very, very crucial. Information is power. Information is knowledge. Knowledge is power. That is how, unless until you have our importers and exporters will be clueless. So that is another area. I would like to share that World Trade Zones organizations, once again, we are trying to work out at each region what is that inbound traffic and outbound traffic is happening, and how best individual countries can take advantage of that. That we are working on it. Very soon, probably a couple of months from now, we would be sharing that. My colleague, Mr. Under Director Board of Mr. Badi is already there with you people. You'll share more information on that. But as of this information, I'm sure within the next couple of months, I'll be sharing with you. Next, talking about lower transportation costs, ease of marketing through uninterrupted supplies. Once again, see, unless until you have these connectivity points, logistics points, where the traffic is moving, unless until you do that, we cannot really work out on the costings. But otherwise, advantage is certainly there. Lower storage costs, yes, we're bringing everything together within the free trade zone. The production can happen, packing can happen, the trade can happen. That's how it becomes. So lower storage costs also. Once the traffic is full, even for the logistics people who are operating, can certainly give more leverage to it. So low cost on account of low real estate or long lease payments. Next slide, please. So global market trends. Here, see, this is what exactly I was trying to make out of my 10 points. The inflation part, the business models, and nearshoring and friendshoring, all are through, once again, see, this may be academically to read, but when implementing, you can implement effectively only once you have the right movement of goods inward and outward. Next slide, please. I request the organizers to share my PPT with all the participants here. So it's much easier for me because I'm going to move fast from here. So resilience, shifting supply chains, digitization, all whatever I'm surprisingly, whatever I'm trying to talk now are already been covered by my previous speakers elaboratively and region. Very, very effective thing. Once again, I'm feeling very bad that I missed learning a lot from the speakers and every one of you. So if you look at this global market and resilience, identifying and exporting to new markets and launching innovation products to existing market with better inventory management is critical for survival. So here we always been looking at India, always been looking at China in a very big way. China is like very, very efficient, doing wonderfully good as far as this particular management is concerned. Yes, we have taken a lot of derivatives from Chinese special economic zones. In the year 2006-7, we were able to adopt most of their policies. Now, 15 years from now, we are also leading from front as far as SEZs are concerned. And exports, as I said, have grown almost 200 to 300 times, both in goods as services like IT, ITS. India is supposed to be almost like world's second or third when compared to US and all. Most of the exports, most of the company IT, ITs are in India only. So next is your shifting supply chains. As I explained, cost reduction through structural shifts in supply chains will be the chief driver for business continuity. Here, while starting here in India, also we did have some teething problems, but later we saw to it we will go phase wise and will not scatter around the entire land, but will go phase wise. That help most of the companies to work out on their logistics, be it manufacturing, be it storage, and be it packing, and be it forwarding also. That was much, much easier as a shifting of supply chains are concerned. Digitization. So most of you people have already seen so how digitization plays a major role. So next slide, please. So same thing which I been trying to tell you is innovation, nearshoring, inventory control, digitization. This is how how the effectiveness of a free trade zone as SEZs can be done. Next slide, please. Yeah, turning trends into opportunities for Libya. This is where, whatever information I could get, talking to several other logistic companies, some free trade zone, and from the websites of Libya, whatever I could gain. So these are the major things, positive things where Libya has, and where we can, through World Free Zone or through EPCS, we're trying to promote to our units that Libya has these particular things and can be developed for this. These are the business opportunities. When talking about warehousing, you need to provide temporary storage, container fit stuffing, and logistics parks. So these are different services which can be collaborated with the countries like India and any other part. So I will be sharing this particular thing with you. I kindly request you to send your expert comments on this particular subject, the where we could improve and where we could work together and where we can collaborate. Next slide, please. So developing port-based growth study, this is more of academic, but this is how it has happened in India. So whatever I'm trying to show here, in our own SEZs, this is the development process which we have adopted for the best efficient port base. We have almost like the entire sea coast. I mean, when the region which I come from is got almost like 1,600 kilometers coast belt, and India also we have something called seaport development policies. That is called in India. It's called Sagarmala Development Corporation. Sagar is like ocean, Mala is chain. So Ocean Chain Development Corporation, we have a separate body through which we made sure that the entire coastal belt of a country is been properly utilized, developed ports over there. Same thing, develop infrastructure in such a way that interland we can also have manufacturing units, so that the manufacturing units will whatever develop they can also supply to the domestic markets, and also whoever want to do the exports can go to the ports and export from there. So this is how we have been doing. So identifying opportunities for trade development, map growth areas to infrastructure market, develop short-term and long-term plans and policy framework, identify resources for efficient execution monitoring. So this opportunity, this may be looking at, but otherwise, I would like take this opportunity to extend invitation to most of you people who are interested in development of ports, development of free trade zone, to come to India and visit few of our projects, especially ITS projects, the development what we're doing, and also ports development, so that you can also see some kind of real development of is happening, and we can also take this to your to Libya, to the particular region. Next slide, please.
Khadija, we are running out of time. Can you just conclude?
Well, it's almost over. Yeah, it's almost over. So this is a conclusion. Luckily, this is concluding as we forward. Thank you so much. Port-based free zones development. So this is again the repetition of what I'm trying to say. So way forward, integrating global players with expertise in port development and capacity building with help of Libya and surrounding landlocked economies achieve their growth targets. And we, the World Free Zone, one such global body, will be glad to share its knowledge and resources in achieving the desired results. And with this, I would stop here. And I will be sharing my email ID in this presentation, every one of you. I need your expert advices wherever I missed on, where we can do a lot of development. And we can all kindly feel free to let me know to whatever you need, what kind of support you need from India or from World Free Zone to make Libya one of the most organized, most professional developing country as far as free trade is a concern. Thank you so much, Professor, and every one of you for giving
me
this opportunity.
Mr. Badija, get hand for
Mr.
Badija.
Thank you.
I think, Mr. Badija, you gave us, I think, a roadmap for the Libyan, not just only for the Libyan ports and free zones, I think for all of us. So if anyone wants a vision and also a roadmap for improvement for the economic zones and free zones, I believe that one of the slides you are given is really very informative. Thank you very much for that. So end of our session, I think usually in Arab countries, we finish with the dessert. Now, Mr. Kulebi, I think it's time for the dessert. Finish up with the presentation. The floor is yours.
الله الرحمن الرحيم. Good morning to all the esteemed guests. I'm delighted to be here today. Please excuse my English is prophecy, so we'll proceed accordingly with presentation about experience of Tunisia Bizerta Free Zone in, with modern global trends and ports. أقوى هكا سوا تسمعني هكا. We start by defining Tunisian free zone. Tunisia has two free zones. One is located in Bizerte and the other in Zerzis. They are governed by a specific legislation. They play an important role in boosting the economic growth of country by attracting foreign investment, creating job opportunity, enhancing the trade balance. We move now to framework. Bizerta Free Zone was created in 1993. It's governed by a public-private partnership regime, provides investor with land and premises for totally exporting company operating in the industry, trade, and service. The figure below summarizes some of our mission and capital structure. Among the main objectives of free zones, we have the promotion of foreign direct investment in innovative and high value added sector, such as automotive, aerospace, shipbuilding, nautical industry, mechanic, and service electronic. The second objective is job creation, especially for graduate, with 13% supervisor rate, among which 16% women. The last objective is the promotion of export and technology transfer through innovative activity established in the park. When it comes to key factor, the park has a strategic location at the heart of Mediterranean. It's open to Europe, Africa, Maghreb, and the Middle East, which play a major role in commercial exchange between them. The port of Bizerte is very dynamic and close Lagulet port, which are open international trade. Other important key factors is the Bizerte Free Zone is the one of only interlocutor for the investor offering before, during, and after assistance to all kind of project. The service provide are company creation formalities, technical support during and after construction work, support for investor and project follow-up, staff recruitment support. These services are provided for free throughout the life of the company. This is a figure, other key factors. Besides, the Bizerte Free Zone has advantages which are we offered fixed term employment contract. We have a special foreign exchange regime, and we have a special tax regime. The following figures show the many figures of BFZ. There are some of nationalities we are dealing with. There are some the company we are currently working with. and these are some of service we provide. Now, the role of modern global trend play a major role in boosting the competition between ports and free zone through the presence of this element. which in Arabic دكتور هنا ما عندي منديل على يتقال البارح الأمس الحقيقة كل شيء يتقال سريعا معناتها. هاي donc II digital economy blockchain logistic and connectivity durability international partnership training and skill development. It's more important to labeled zones, dedicated cluster for sector in progress. Certified zones, yes. ما أفتح تتحدى بالعربية ولا بالفرنش. Certified zone and green energy. Donc, to sum up, the free zones play an important role in boosting the economic growth of the country. The free zones has a strategic location open the worldwide trade. It's operating in various domains. It offered the guidance to investors throughout the life of company. The implementation of modern global trends such as artificial intelligence, blockchain connectivity, and service diversification play a major role in developing of competition between ports and free zones. The adaptations to such modern trends can contribute to boost the economic growth and attract international business partnership. Thank you for
Mr. Kalebi.
شكرا. And آخر حاجة نجم نقولها بالعربي. In the end, I'd like to say we'd better say a special economic zone free zone. It's important to معناتها نحكيو على special economic zone على المناطق الحرة. ونمشيو على labeled certificate of zones.
Okay.
It's important.
Well, I'm switch maybe to have this discussion in Arabic because I think Mr. Kalebi, it's important. هو اتكلم على السيرتيفايد زونز يعني كان النقطة دي كانت أعتقد ما اتغطتش في خلال الثلاث أيام اللي فاتوا دول ومستر كليبي ممكن تقولها بالعربي وأعتقد الترانسليتور in the back I think he can translate that because it's really important.
We can respond in French or in Arabic. Excuse my English.
اتكلم بالعربي وأعتقد الزميل وراح يترجم. ناخدها في الأسئلة؟ أوي I've learned in the back when I was young that if you're not going to ask, it's difficult to learn something really new. I think the floor is yours. I think for any discussions, if there is any question, the floor is for the audiences. We have, I think, 2/3 of the world from Malaysia to India to Africa with international experience and also from Tunisia. So I think it's about time to have some questions. The floor is yours. Well, until you think about that, I think I have a question. Yes, Captain, please.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Captain Jos Leclerc. The question is for Mr. Juvenal. You talked about the green shipping, the green port operation. With all what is going on with the trend and the emission reduction and the carbon tax, I don't know if you can comment on a lot of things are going on in Europe and North America, but what about other countries like Africa? How this will impact this kind of economy? Are they ready and what they should be thinking about right now? Thank you.
Well, like I said, technology is always ahead of regulations. And in terms of regulations, the main regulator in the maritime industry is International Maritime Organization. And one of the things that IMO realized was that developing countries always don't have the capacity, both human and institutional, to implement IMO conventions. And it's for that reason that IMO established what they call technical cooperation activities to assist developing countries to implement the regulations. So in terms of decarbonization, for example, IMO just adopted the ambitious strategy in July. So 3 years ago, in anticipation that the developing countries would need to be assisted, IMO established a number of technology training, centers. So the one for Africa was established in Mombasa, which is called MTCC. And then in the Caribbean, we established one. So the main purpose of these centers is to start training the countries to be aware about the new technology that is coming on in decarbonization. So they are now running lots of courses on capacity building and even on ports to show ports that the ports will have to be equipped. For example, a number of missions have been sent to a number of ports in Africa to see whether they can be able to have cold ironing to reduce, to be able to connect shore power on the ships that use these vessels. However, they will need investments because when you are talking about the countries do not even have enough power for manufacturing and for the land. So for them to start talking about shore power for ports, you need to have investors who can come in and invest in renewable energy. So it's work in progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I think it's a very important issue. We'll discuss it, I think, in the next session in the innovation and going green. Any other questions in the floor? أي أسئلة في الزملاء اللي ورا لو في أي سؤال لتلتين العالم موجود معانا مع international and experience from Malaysia and Netherlands and also from the IMO and also for my colleague in the neighbor country from Tunisia. So أي سؤال? Let me ask a question, very quick question, because I was listening to the first presentation, and I think we were discussing that one of the main challenges for the changing the routes with the global warming, and I think this is something it's going to affect probably negatively Malacca Strait and also probably in Egypt and the Suez Canal and in Tunis and all the Mediterranean, probably Libya as well, if the Chinese production is going to transfer the goods to the market of Europe through the North Sea route. So I think the ambitious plans you're having in Malaysia, I think is going to be affected negatively. What you are preparing for the next probably decades in case of this negative impact will happen?
Yeah, I think the world is ever changing. As yesterday, a few speakers mentioned that we have to be prepared for tomorrow and the future. So despite whatever planning that we do, in the end, things may change, but you may have plans, more than one plan, basically, to sort of support whatever that you are doing. So maybe one solution for a problem may not be enough. You may have to be fully prepared, as I say. But I like to stress here, maybe if I can touch on education and training. Yeah, somehow it was not highlighted in this conference yet. To me, what the Arab Academy has done to be engaged with the industry in terms of seminars, courses, and so on, to me, that is very important because without education and training, many of perhaps the port, maybe the port industry people may not be fully aware of what needs to be done, not only in the day-to-day operations in terms of emergency and in terms of change and revolution. But to me, if there is no real engagement between the industry and the institution of higher learning, then there is a big gap to be filled. I just like to share some experience in Malaysia. Despite what you see, some of the achievement we have, in the past, we have no formal education and training with regards to ports. So the people who entered into the port industry, either they're ex-mariners or engineers and so on, through the ranks, they get promotion, and one day they become a CEO. But they have no real formal education from A to Z of what is expected of a port. So this is the danger, because you may be leading an organization without the proper knowledge that you should have. So I think you all are again fortunate that Arab Academy within reach, and that engagement, I think, should be more regular and consistent, and there's a lot of room that we all can learn from each other. That's my comment here for that.
Thank you, Captain, very much. So if there is any other questions, please feel free. تفضل فندم.
صباح الخير.
صباح الفل.
محمد شكلو، المستشار فني بشبكة ليبيا للتجارة، ليبيا تريد نت. I'll have my question in Arabic. سؤالي ربما للجميع وربما جزئيا كالسيد شيوندو. عندما نتحدث عن السنجل ويندو تحديدا، تكلمنا عليها في أكثر من جلسة. السيد رئيس مجلس إدارة شبكة ليبيا للتجارة أشار لها بالأمس كاختصاص أصيل لشبكة ليبيا للتجارة. سؤالي is kind of related to change management. كيف كانت الدروس؟
عشان الراجل ورا مش عارف يعمل ايه. بص بيضحك ورا.
اوكي.
بالعربي.
الدروس المستفادة من تجاربكم كدول مختلفة. لما نتكلم على السنجل ويندو نتكلم على قطاع التجارة، الاقتصاد، البنوك، الجمارك، الضرائب وغيرها من الانتيتيز المكونة للإيكو سيستم كامل. فيما يتعلق بالتشينج مانجمنت، يعني مقاومة التغيير وغيرها، كيف كانت طريقتكم في التعامل؟ يعني لاحظوا كل سلطة، مثلا نقول الجمارك دي مسلطتهم قوية، البنوك كذلك، السنترال بانكس. كيف كانت التجارب اللي يخطوها باش نقنعوا؟ مثلا هم الكل يرغب في التطوير، والكل يرغب ان الاجراء كله يكون في، يعني نقول في سنجل ويندو، لكن هل كانت في مقاومه؟ نقول في مصر، في تونس، في كينيا، تشاينا. هل في دروس معينه نقدر نستفاد منها يعني من تجاربكم؟ لان احيانا تصير لنا احنا مع بعض الجهات يقتنعوا بالشغل، لكن في التطبيق كل واحد يعني بيحاول يتمسك بيتشبت بآراء.
محمد، سؤالك واضح لينا كلنا. أنا بشكرك على سؤالك لأنه سؤال في منتهى الروعة، في منتهى الأهمية. The question is really very important for us. I think the challenge for all of us in all over the world, I believe that the change management, the resistance of change, I think with also the maritime single window, which is going to be obligatory at the beginning of the coming year, the national single window. So let's discuss this, and in each country, I think we can start from Kenya. They have a resistance for a change in terms of changing the port from being just only analog to be digitalized with a single window. They have a resistance from entities like customs. I think discussing about the customs, this is something probably having lots of challenges, even in Egypt. So can you elaborate on that, please?
First of all, I had some challenges with still, but I do hope that I understood the gist of the question. Was it about implementing the single window system?
Yes, he's talking about the challenges with regard to implementation of the single window, which is going to be obligatory the coming year, and the resistance of change internally inside the ports and probably inside the free zones. So I believe that we have encountered that in our countries, in our ports. So he wants to know our experience, our background with dealing with these challenges, please?
Okay, first of all, the country must have ratified the FAL Convention. The Facilitation Convention is the basic IMO convention that precipitates the implementation of single window. So over the last 15 years, IMO was conducting a series of regional seminars on implementation of the FAL Convention. Then from regional seminars, they went down to national seminars. And when they ran national seminars, the seminar normally takes 1 week. And they bring together all the stakeholders in the country and then go through a series of what they need to do in order to implement the FAL Convention. At the end of the 1 week workshop, they would come up with national recommendations. And because all the stakeholders would be involved, the central bank, the port authorities, the customs, the police, and so forth, when they have been involved, then they take ownership. And once they take ownership, then they feel that it is their duty to implement. So, for example, Kenya went through the system and they have now been able to implement the single window system. In fact, Captain Engineer Aziz, is he in the room? I think the Egypt, the academy is running an online course beginning on the 26th of this month on this single window. And I recommended to him to engage a lady who was instrumental in implementing the single window system to assist to run this course. So Kenya has successfully implemented that. Korea, for example, came up with they have their system on single window. So they came to IMO and asked IMO if there's any country that is willing to use the Korean system, then they could run some training courses for them. And they've done one for Mauritius, and Singapore also has one. And Singapore recently with IMO, they ran a training course for the ports in Angola to implement it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klebi. Please.
كان فهمت السؤال نتاعك.
نحن على التحديات المرتبطة بالتغيير الخاص
تغيير خاص
بالسنجل ويندو
بالمناطق
في المواني وفي المناطق الحرة.
في المناطق الحرة هو الحل كان فهمت معناتها هو المخاطب الوحيد والشباك الموحد. دونك وضع على الذمة معناتها الجمارك وضع على الذمة باتصال مباشر كل الوزارات فيها ممثل في وسط المنطقة الحرة. هذاك سر النجاح. ونجم نبعث لك حتى القانون نتاع المنطقة الحرة نتاع بنزرت نتاع تونس بصفة عامة. قانون المنطقة الحرة خذوه المغرب وخذاته مهم برشا. الشباك الموحد والمخاطب الوحيد هو أهم حاجة. لا ما نتعاملوش معاه.
طيب خلينا يعني عندنا
صناعة نحن صناعة وسيرفيس.
أخي محمد احنا قاعدين مع بعض. خلينا بعد ما نخلص إن شاء الله احنا نشرب قهوة ممكن نكمل discussion. Captain, I think the last comment for you. You have nothing. تعليق أخير في مصر. الموضوع ده من 2018 موضوع الفال. It's not a new issue. القصة كلها إن أنت عندك في المينا في جهة وحيدة هي المسؤولة عن المينا كلها بالكامل بكل الأجهزة اللي موجودة فيها. سواء كانت رقابة على الصادرات والواردات، سواء كانت كاستمز، سواء كانت بوليس. الهيد بتاع المينا بقرار جمهوري هو مدير المينا. خلصت.
مش اعلق بعد اذنك يا كابتن عاصم على الجزئيه ديت؟
طبعا.
السلام عليكم. يمكن من خبراتنا في مصر في تطبيق السنجل ويندو اساس التطبيق هو ان البورت كوميونتي سيستم يبقى انتجريتد اي تي. وهنا بتنشا المشكله، لان كل جهه في البورت كوميونتي سيستم عندها الداتابيس بتاعتها، وبتنشا مشكله كبيره هي الكودنج سيستم. يعني لما نشوف هيئه المينا هتلاقي الكودنج سيستم للبضائع وللدول وللمواني له اسلوب، نيجي نلاقي الجمارك لها اسلوب تاني، الرقابه على الصادرات والواردات لها اسلوب ثالث. فلما بنيجي نبدا انتجريشن بعد الانظمه ديت ما اشتغلت، هنا بنقع في مشكله كبيره. مين هيغير الداتابيس بتاعته عشان تتكامل مع الاخرين؟ وبتكون هنا الفوكال بوينت. الحل بتاعها ان احنا اشتغلنا على سيستم انه ياخد الاكواد من كل جهه ويوحدها عشان ننشا بسيستم موحد، عشان نبدا نفعل الموضوع دوت. لما اشتغلنا بالطريقه ديت بدا فعلا يبقى في انتجريشن ما بين قواعد البيانات، وبدات فعلا يشتغل النافذه الواحده. شكرا جزيلا.
سنبدأ الآن الجلسة السادسة التي تحمل عنوان التنمية المستدامة والمبادرات البيئية، والتي سترأسها السيدة سيلفيا جامبو، مستشارة الاستدامة والممارسات البيئية والاجتماعية والمؤسسية في شركة بروتسترونغز. في هذه الجلسة سنتعرف على مفهوم التنمية المستدامة ودور المناطق الحرة في تحقيقها، وكيف يمكن لهذه القطاعات أن تلعب دورا فعالا في حماية البيئة وتعزيز الاقتصاد والمجتمع. سنناقش أيضا بعض التحديات والفرص التي تواجه هذه القطاعات في مجال الاستدامة، وكيف يمكن التغلب عليها والاستفادة منها. تو مش عم نكتب الجلسة السابعة وخلاص نكتبها بس نكتبها. بنكتب الجلسة السابعة. في جلسة سابعة زي نكتبها. عاملة ايه؟ ما بدناش والله عندنا شغل. هم مش الأمور كيف هنا مش منطقين.
Good morning. So we are going to get started with this sixth session. It is a pleasure to be holding this sixth session on sustainable development and environmental initiatives in ports and free zones. So we have three wonderful speakers to get today. The first one will be Marco Musi. He is accompanying us online, and he is the country manager for Italy and international relations responsible for the Scuola Europea, intermodal transport. He is also responsible there for international projects, the office, and other activities. He is an international relations expert with experience in MENA, head of the Italian branch of EEIT at the Port Authority, and other youth employment projects for the Mediterranean. He's co-founder of the training courses and has a master's degree in international marketing and circular economy. So welcome very much. And the floor is yours. Let us know
Thank you
if
so
you
much.
can hear us.
Yes, can you hear me as well?
Yes, perfectly.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Silvia, for your introduction. Yes, so I will just share my screen and introduce myself. Just a moment. Okay, could you confirm that you can see my screen? Anybody can tell me if everything is okay with my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. So I will put in presentation mode in order that it's bigger. Okay, so first of
You
all,
have 15
yeah.
minutes starting from now. I'll let you know 2 minutes before your time is elapsing.
Okay, thank you, Silvia. Thank you so much. So first of all, thank you again. It's an honor for me to be here, be invited by the Misurata Free Zone, the port, and from the Arab Academy within the Port Training Institute, led by a dear friend, the Dean Alamorsi, that I thank so much for his excellent job and his team. Today, I'm going to introduce to you the supply chain and port logistics, a key to success. So let's move on. I see that the time is running. So first of all, when we talk about the supply chain digitalization, we are talking about the integration of information, of technology, of course, into the business processes. And that will change the way how we operate and the value itself we are giving to our customers of the operation. But what is exactly? It will imply a cultural change because we have to move everything from the physical world to the digital world, and it implies a cultural change. It will impact the governance and the organization of the same company, and the ports itself will cover a great role as the new hub of the innovation and digitalization. So ports will have like a primary role in this part of the supply chain. In the other side. Okay, Today, I want to focus to 4 main areas. The decision-making process. We are going to analyze the port community system and improve forecasting. In the second part, we are going to see the robotics with autonomous vehicles and terminals. I believe that you probably hear a lot about these topics, but it's very the key in this moment. The process automation with cargo monitoring, asset management, and the supply chain visibility. And the last but not the least, we have the inventory optimization, the cargo bundling, and the e-bill. Let's start with the first one. Okay, the port community system. I believe that everybody knows more or less what is, but I really like the definition, the quote from the ICPFZ, the Port Community System Association, which explains us that is an electronic platform that connects multiple systems in order to make up a seaport, a port, an airport, and or an inland port when it's going about a river port. And it is the main digital tool to be updated and to be competitive nowadays. So it is so important to a port to have this kind of community system. The other part is the improved forecasting, like I was telling you before. Due to the uncertainty in the economical point of view that we are living, improved forecasting can, thanks to the performance that we can forecasting the data that we are going to analyze, and we have 3 different methods in order to make our prediction: the statistical, the judgmental, and the cooperative forecast. This kind of tool will help companies and the port itself with organization and entities in order to establish where optimize the route, and when, and with how many people. So we can take a great advantage from this kind of tool. The second one I was talking before, the second topic is the robotics. Again, nowadays we are listening and we are seeing many impressive updating in our world, and robotics is one of them. Autonomous vehicles are already something that exists in many parts of our world. We have many autonomous vehicles, both for passengers or for goods. A lot of experiments are going around about this kind of very useful tool, let me say. And why it's so useful? Because the autonomous vehicles can enhance the efficiency and productivity. Why? Imagine that they can work 24/7, so they don't have to cope with the limitation of the driver times, for example. They can optimize the transportation routes, reducing congestion, of course, and streamlining the movement of goods itself. So they have a great adaptability, and they can increase the demands because thanks to these vehicles, we can cope and we can stand with all the new requirements dictating by the market, of course. As well, the autonomous vehicles, we have the automated terminals. This is another reality in our ports, but not only, even in dry ports or around. Why it's so useful? Because the automation of the terminals will impact several aspects of the maritime shipping. 4 of them, as I put on my bullet point, are the shipping network with the segmentation of the market of the network itself. The terminal facilities, we will have a great change in terminal operation, inbound, outbound operation, of course. We will have a new type of container terminals that will have to adapt to the new tools. The terminal footprint, of course, the environmental aspect standpoint of view is so important to take care of our environment, and the new terminals are carbon footprint neutral, so they have even less impact thanks to the renewable energies that they are using, and the vertical integration. This is going about more on a human level. So developing a new partnership, make a great team, make like a community. And for that, it's so important. The cargo monitoring, as everybody knows well, it's useful to track goods and commodities until the given destination in different level as a port or warehouse or the border with the custom. So we can track our container or our cargo wherever it is, thanks to the connection that we have on several levels, of course. Okay, switching the asset management. I wanted to include this slide because for me, and I put the definition from Investopedia, the asset management is the practice of increasing the total wealth over time, acquiring and maintaining the trading investments to have a growth in value in the future. It is important because it's a key component of the operational and commercial success of a company, or let's say of a port, with its management in its own port authority. So they have to be able to establish and to give the value to the asset in order to increase the useful service life, like the vessel, or increase the safety and security, reducing cost and the capacity of the management in order to have a better capacity of management, of course. The supply chain visibility, like the cargo monitoring, because they are really well connected, is the ability to track the different goods or products in transit. Nowadays, it is we can use our phone, our device, and just with several clicks we are able to track wherever it is in the world. So this is it seems like we give for granted, but just some years ago it was maybe not on our dreams. We are very lucky to have developed this kind of tool because it helps us to understand where our goods or even passenger, it depends what we are talking about, is on real time, and it simplifies so much our supply chain, our digital supply chain. The inventory optimization is very related to the warehouse, to the intelligent warehouse. So it's balancing the amount of working capital with the service level goals that every company establish to have the multiple stock keeping. It's important because every new warehouse has to use advanced software or hardware if we are in the case of the port, because it will make the port cargo collection, inventory, and distribution can be fastened up, and it will complete the supply logistic chain. And it includes, of course, all the basic service that every warehouse is using nowadays. The cargo bundling, I'm trying to go in fast because I'm a bit worried about the tick and talk of the clock. So the cargo bundling, of course, involves several layers because it is more or less about the consolidation of the parcel of the pallet, so going vertical. It will help us to manage a great number of containers connecting the port to the hinterland or vice versa. Of course, the advantages are the higher load factors for the transport, for the freight forwarder, the use of larger transport units, so increasing the TEU capacity of our terminal or our company, and the frequencies. We can have more frequencies thanks to the automatization and the bundling that we are using. Nowadays, again, all the major ports around the world are using this kind, the cargo bundling. It's used around the world. It's like common, but again, until some years ago, it was not very common, and we used to need several hours more in order to complete our operation. Last of all of the digitalization, we have the e-bill of lading. We know whoever has a company knows what is a bill of lading, but what we are looking for, and fortunately we are right on this way. For example, within the 2030 in the European Green Deal, it is mentioned that it has to be everything paperless, so the e-bill of lading complies with this requirement. It's the integrated document where mention all the modes of transport that we are using, starting from the truck until the plane, if we have a case of air cargo, so air bill of lading in this case. So in order to conclude my presentation, I wanted to analyze with you two aspects that I believe that are worth to mention, that are the digital twin and the reoptimized service line. Let's start with this one. During the COVID-19 that we all lived, unfortunately, it seems we are out of it. Logistic companies had to respond to a need to change their services, their original scope and mission, to another one. But from every problem, we are able to find an opportunity, and it was the same for the logistics chain that never stopped during the COVID time. And they changed the strategic fleet to another kind of service. Of course, it required a significant effort, as I point out in my presentation, and but the long-term benefit for the ports and enterprises are undeniable. Optimizing the service lines, we took care about the environmental point of view. We took care about the workers' right. We were able to define new goals and new challenges, of course, but I believe that we will develop further and it will be more resilient soon. The second and the last one is the digital twin. It's a topic very related to my job, to my company, the Scuola Europea Intermodal Transport. We developed, again, thanks to a more than European international project, one kind of digital tool, the Port Virtual Lab, that I invite all of you to check it out, together with the Arab Academy, of course. We have this nice tool that allow us to train, of course, virtually, on a kind of port community system where we are able to manage international shipping, of course, international shipping processes, I mean, on different level and modes of transport, from the truck to vessel, railway, and airway. So we cover all the aspects of the supply chain and all the transport mode. It is integrated with the customs, with the management of the company, of course. So it's so useful nowadays to recreate, to train yourself, to train your employees to be ready to the future challenges. And the digital twin is like one of the top tools that you can't miss or you cannot have in your company. So again, I invite you to try it out, our Port Virtual Lab. I believe my director later will mention as well. So a Misurata port, I hope that will be included soon to the network as other international ports. So I hope to have been in the time, in the 15 minutes. I'm available, of course, for any questions. I will share, but I believe that the organization as well share my contacts. You can find me on LinkedIn or you can contact me through my email. It was again a pleasure to be in the first international conference for North Africa and ports. I wish a great continuation, and it is already a success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Muti, for taking us through the different benefits of digitalization. And also I want to highlight, as we were saying in the session before, that this entails also changes in the cultural portion, and that optimized services and changes will also bring benefits to the environment and the social portion, including the workers, also for training. So these are great changes that we need to start embracing and adapting for our ports and systems. So now we have Professor Peter de Langen. I don't know if he's connected yet, but we'll make his introduction. Professor Peter de Langen is the owner and principal consultant of Ports and Logistics Advisory. He's a professor at the Copenhagen Business School, also at the Eindhoven University of Technology, and he has worked for the Port of Rotterdam Authority. In his consultancy, he works for leading companies and governance in the port industry, amongst them the Port of Rotterdam, Barcelona, European Seaports Organization, World Bank, and so on. So welcome, Professor Peter de Langen, and let us know if we can hear you also. So the floor is yours.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Let me see if I can share my screen.
We can hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, how about the screen? Does that work as well?
It's coming, yes.
Super. Okay. Okay, let's again give it time. Let me try to speed up. Thanks a lot, everybody, for inviting me here. It's a real pity I couldn't be there physically, but yeah, sometimes that was happen, and I think we're lucky to have this alternative. So I'm very happy to make my small contribution. Just a little bit regarding the next 10-15 minutes and my background. Basically, I specialize in port development, and I do that both academically and also in working in the industry as a consultant. I published a book towards a better ports industry that kind of summarizes my take on ports and port development, and it gives kind of my take on ports, the way I think port development can be done to create more value, and that of course also includes the free zone side of it. So based on my experience, I've drawn up some principles and some lessons that I've learned, and I would like to take you through those. Okay, so the first principle that really a port is a business ecosystem, which is much bigger than just terminals. And in that sense, I think all the countries that develop ports and free zones in an integrated way have got it right. Many other countries actually don't do that. They have a separation. They often have a separate free port developing entities that are removed from the port. And I think that's a big mistake, because it really is one functionally integrated system. And it's a system that consists of the transport side, of the logistics side, and of the industrial side. And there's all kind of synergies in there. So really the only way to develop it effectively is to have a deep understanding of what those synergies are. So yeah, I think that is really the basic starting point. And unfortunately, there are so many countries around the world where, let's say, the port development company, that sometimes is also called Port Authority, a name that I don't particularly like, but that entity quite often really focuses on terminals and not on the broader ecosystem. So the second principle is really the critical challenge for port developers is to create synergies. If you would look at an aerial photo of Port of Rotterdam or Port of Antwerp or any other port, you will not find kind of a scattered kind of distribution of companies that is chaotic and unorganized. No, on the contrary, you will find that that you'll build your refineries, and then next to your refineries you'll build your downstream chemical activities, and next to that you'll build your rail terminal and your tank terminals, and so on and so forth. So these synergies, they don't emerge spontaneously. You really need to develop them. You really need to put your efforts in doing that, and that also requires a bit of longer term vision. So I think any port ecosystem development that doesn't look very closely on into how do we create a system, an ecosystem which really is at the level of the whole ecosystem, is efficient. I think if you don't do that, then there's a big risk that at the end of the day you'll get kind of scattered, fragmented activities that are not as efficient as they could be, and they also have a footprint which is not as good as it could be. And there are many examples of ports where actually I think there is not enough focus on creating synergies. So then I think the third principle is that it is really a long-term game. What you here see is an aerial photo of London Gateway, which is a fully privately developed port business ecosystem. As you can see there, it is the terminal and the logistics behind the terminal. And that really is an integrated ecosystem. You couldn't justify all those huge investments in the container terminal only if you couldn't capture all the value that you create that way through leasing land and leasing warehouse space to logistics operators. And as you can also see here, it's a matter of step by step. It's a long-term game. DP World recently announced a further expansion of the container terminal, and as you can see, the whole logistics zone is gradually filling up. So whatever you do, you need to take a bit of a long view, and also understand that developing an ecosystem in a good way is inevitably going to take some time. Then the fourth principle, all of this is so deeply commercial that a government can do it. So that's why I don't particularly like the Port Authority as a kind of a public sector embedded entity that really focuses on the administrative side of things, and that has really an administrative public sector culture. I think that's a big mistake, and if we agree with this, then we have to accept that in 70-80% of all the countries around the world, there's much work to do, because in most of these countries the Port Authority is not sufficiently commercial and does not have the commercial capabilities that are required. So I really think that port development and free zone development can only effectively be done by a commercial undertaking. The next question is, well, then who should be the owner of that commercial undertaking? And I think there, for instance, in the Middle East, there are many examples of successful commercial undertakings that are owned by the state. And for instance, Port of Rotterdam, the Port of Rotterdam Development Company is also owned by the state. Would I ever advise the state to sell that to a pension fund from Canada, as is the case in the United Kingdom? No, of course not. I would never advise that. So I think there is very good reasons for state ownership, not only in Rotterdam, but in most countries around the world. However, if the state owns the company, it really has to fully implement everything we know about effective state-owned companies, because there's a big risk that they're not going to be efficient. Moving over to the fifth principle, if you think of the Port Development Company as a commercial undertaking, you also will have to give it commercial freedom to make a choice about what to do itself and what services to provide and where to work with third parties. So, for instance, the Chinese ports that are owned by the state but operate as companies, they do a large amount of activities themselves rather than working with third parties. And that's fine. That's a business model choice. So I think the landlord model, the idea we're going to attract third parties to our ecosystem, right? The private investors that were, for instance, discussed previously in the case of Tunisia, that is a choice. And it's a very sensible choice because these third parties bring value to your ecosystem. They do things, they have capabilities, they have networks, they do things that you can do yourself. So I think here the logic for me is think carefully about what services you want to provide yourself and think carefully about what kinds of third parties you want to bring into your port and free zone ecosystem and how you're going to work with them. So those are kind of big picture principles. And if we just kind of work along these lines, then if we were to make a little tour about ports and free zones around the world, then we really can start to feel that there is a lot of stuff, a big transition ahead of us towards a better ports industry. So then I also have a couple of lessons learned. The way I look at it, and here you can see that the first one, which is illustrated with that photo, you can put a billboard in the ground saying for sale. I removed the phone number, but that, of course, I mean that you know, that's not being commercial. And I essentially think that what you're trying to do is you try to get third parties into your business ecosystem, so your proposition is not land. Your proposition really is something completely different and something much more high level. So don't think of it as, you know, we try to get people on a land lease agreement. No, you have land, you have a tax regime, you have availability of utilities, you have international connectivity, efficient digital services that were mentioned previously, qualified labor that was mentioned previously, professional development company, that is your single point of contact, and so on and so forth. And then you're not really kind of offering land. What you're offering is, you know, a spot in a business ecosystem, and that is something much more valuable. Then lesson learned two, I think increasingly we're moving towards a world where the access to sustainable energy is going to be a differentiator. For instance, in the country where I have lots of experience, the Netherlands, right now the electricity grid is saturated. So it's very hard to connect new companies to the grid. And there is also a lot of competition of all kinds of different companies that want green electricity. So it's no longer a given that availability is there. There's scarcity and congestion in the grid. And companies want to have sustainable energy. So if in Tunisia or in Libya or in any free zone, if you can guarantee the availability of sustainable energy, that's going to be a huge differentiator, and that's going to be a big potential factor in attracting companies. Then the lesson learned number three is stay away from business as usual. Really focus on attracting kind of new and sustainable activities because that's where the growth is. That's where the potential is. So right now, all companies, all port development or ecosystem development companies that are still kind of thinking about adding more fossil-based activities to their ecosystem, I think they've got it wrong. And I think really the focus is to focus on activities like sustainable energy, recycling, e-commerce, offshore wind, food processing, bio-based chemicals. Also, I think many tourism-related growth segments are actually interesting because of tourism is such a good growth industry. So really, I think here the message is don't kind of think in terms of business as usual, because you're much better off focusing on attracting the new and upcoming industries. Then another lesson learned that also was previously discussed, and I was very happy to hear that. Sometimes there is this idea that kind of labor availability and innovation are soft factors. Well, I don't think they're soft factors. I think they're very, very hard. I think getting qualified labor is so complicated in many, many countries around the world. and allowing companies to operate in an ecosystem where there is access to knowledge and knowledge resources and all that, these kind of things, they are really critical. So I really think that the kind of the idea of a free zone based on tax isn't very sustainable. And I really think that in order to kind of upgrade your proposition in a way, a lot of focus is needed on labor, productivity, innovation, these kind of things. So I think also that really is something that is relevant moving forward. Then another one, which I also think is very important, there is a lot of uncertainty involved in developing these ecosystems. It's not as if you can kind of control the decisions of the third parties to invest in your ecosystem. Sometimes disruptions come along and things that looked kind of certain to happen, all of a sudden they don't look so certain anymore. So projects will fail, also in Libya, also in Tunisia, also in the Netherlands, also in China, wherever you are, projects will fail. They don't materialize. The business case goes away or something happens. That doesn't matter. Investors are going to postpone and cancel investments. That's the reality. That's going to happen. And that's really not something you can control. So I think really the best way to deal with this is to kind of embrace that uncertainty and say, okay, look, that's just the nature of how we operate, and then say what we need to do is we need to make sure that we have a very healthy business development funnel, that we have many projects that we're working along, and some will succeed and some won't. But if we look at our funnel and if that funnel gives us comfort, then we're good. And that contrasts, for instance, with the Panama Canal Authority, where at some point we had this discussion and they said, well, we basically have one project in our business development funnel. And then that project failed.
Sorry to interrupt. You have 2 minutes more.
Well, this actually was my 5th lesson learned, and I promised 5th, so this was only 5th. So with that, I would like to conclude. So yeah, normally we have more chances for face-to-face kind of follow-up and deepening and whatever. But I still hope that these lessons learned and these principles are useful for the challenges of the audience and the challenge that you face there. So yeah, I hope so. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer those. And good luck with the remainder of the conference. And thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And it's always wonderful to see how you can actually implement with specific examples on your ports or free zones, because sometimes we're talking about things we want to do, but seeing examples on how to do it and synergies that can be created between companies and free zones is always really good. So thank you for that. And the lessons learned also, looking for business partners that can be in your country for a long term, and how you can help them be successful with your port and your free zone. So thank you. So now, last but not least, we have Captain Ali Assem. And as you know, he is the Director Manager of Eastport Said, and with great experience in marine and IMO, more than 15 years in operations, risk management, crisis, emergency response. He's also a Talkmaster instructor and has been working in many projects along his career. So welcome.
Well, thank you, Sylvia. Thank you very much for that. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. I think it's about time to switch from channel 2 to channel 1. I think I'm not here for a presentation or for a lecture. Allow me, the ladies and gentlemen, for having a second language. I think we'll move to an Arabic language. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. سعيد ان انا موجود هنا اهوت، مش موجود هنا عشان ادي محاضره، مش موجود علشان ابقى متواجد علشان يبقى في محاضر ومتلقين للمحاضره. انا موجود هنا اهوت عشان اوصل رساله محدده. اولا عايز اشكر المدينه الحره في مصراته ومطار الحر مصراته على دعوتي الكريمه. بشكر الاكاديميه العربيه للنقل البحري على اختياري كواحد من ممثلي او رؤساء المواني المصريه 18 عشان ابقى متواجد هنا، مش بس عشان زي ما قلت لحضراتكم ان انا ادي محاضره، ولكن وجودي هنا عشان اوصل رساله لاخواننا وجيراننا في الدوله الشقيقه ليبيا على التحول اللي هم رايحين له بشكل قوي جدا. واعتقد ان احنا من حقكم علينا ان احنا نوصل لكم نموذج حصل في مصر. الميناء اللي انا مسؤول عنه بيتداول اكثر من نص حاويات جمهوريه مصر العربيه، بيتداول اكثر من حوالي 79% من حاويات الترانزيت في مصر، مجموعه متكامله من المنطقه المتكامله اللي نقدر نقول ان هي تعتبر نموذج شبيه الى حد كبير جدا بالرؤيه الواضحه للمنطقه الحره لمصراته. اسمحوا لي ان انا اتكلم معاكم في اللغه اللي العالم النهارده بقى بيتكلمها في مجال المواني، وهنتكلم بالتحديد على المسمى بتاع الاستدامه، هنتكلم بالتحديد على ما هو مرتبط بالتحول الاخضر وايضا التحول الازرق، وهنتكلم على شويه الالوان ديت. فاسمحوا لي ان انا يعني هاخد راحتي معاكم، وانا استاذنت زميلتي سيلفيا ان انا هاخد اكتر من 15 دقيقه، لان انا مطلوب مني ان انا احقق رقم قياسي النهارده. انا عندي 86 سلايد، رفضت ان انا اقللهم، 86 شريحه مطلوب مني انا 15 دقيقه اخلصهم، ان شاء الله هخلصهم باذن الله. الموضوع مرتبط بشكل رئيسي على الاستدامه في مجال البحري او الاستدامه في مجال المواني، ويعنيني جدا بشكل رئيسي ان احنا نبص على ازاي ممكن نحول موانينا من ان هي تبقى شكل من اشكال المواني، ان هي تبقى في مفهوم كل من هم موجودين قدامي شغالين في مجال المواني والمناطق الحره، وكمان في تاهيل الكوادر البشريه ان تبقى عارفه التحول اللي بيتم النهارده عشان تبقى جزء من الاقتصاد الازرق اللي العالم النهارده بيتكلم عليه، واللي النهارده دلوقتي واحد من المعايير الاستدامه ال 17 اللي اعلن عنهم في 2014 بقى في بند رئيسي مرتبط بالبحار. فيعنيني جدا ان احنا نبص على ده، وهندي دراسه حاله بمنطقه شرق بورسعيد المتكامله. هي مش مينا النهارده، المينا النهارده شكله اختلف وبقى شكل من اشكال المناطق المتكامله اللي تقريبا غالبيه الناس اتكلمت عليه النهارده. وفنون عندنا 4 أهداف رئيسيه للبرزنتيشن النهارده. احنا بنتكلم على الاستدامه والتحول الاخضر فيما يخص المواني، وهنتكلم برضو على احدث ما هو توصل ايه العصر واللي النهارده اتكلمنا عليه. ولكن النهارده مش هتكلم على سبيل المثال الارتفيشال انتليجنس او الذكاء الاصطناعي، بس هتكلم على تطبيقه عندنا في المواني المصريه وتطبيقه عندنا في منطقه شرق بورسعيد المتكامله، وهقول لحضراتكم تاثير ده على هذا التحول الاخضر في مجال الاستدامه. هتكلم على اهم عنصر موجود في المينا. اهم عنصر موجود في المينا مش المعدات، اهم عنصر موجود في المينا مش البنيه التحتيه، اهم عنصر في المينا مش ان انت تحط رؤيه، اهم عنصر في المينا او في اي مؤسسه في الدنيا هو حضراتكم، اهم عنصر هو البشر. اذا كانش عندك بشر قادر على ان هو يحط رؤيه، اعتقد ان الموضوع ده هيبقى من الصعب جدا ان انت توصل للشكل اللي احنا بنحلم بيه. لو انت ما عندكش بشر قادر على ان هو يحط بنيه تحتيه قويه ومستدامه، اعتقد ان الكلام ده هيبقى فيه صعوبه جدا ان انت تحقق الحلم اللي احنا كلنا عايزين نوصل له. فالجزئيه دي هي التركيز الرئيسي اللي احنا لازم نبقى حاطينها قدام عينينا. في نفس الوقت هكلمكم على واحد من اهم الميجا بروجكتس او المشروعات القوميه اللي موجوده في مصر حاليا، وهو المنطقه الاقتصاديه قناه السويس، وهتكلم بشكل تفصيلي على منطقه شرق بورسعيد المتكامله. النهارده زي ما حضراتكم شايفين من سنه 89 ابتدوا يتكلموا على الاقتصاد الاخضر، جم بعد كده ابتدوا يتكلموا على 2009 نقلنا نقله وابتدى نتكلم على ما هو يعتبر الموانئ الخضراء، وابتدينا نتكلم سنه 2012 على ما هو الاقتصاد الازرق، ابتدينا نتكلم سنه 2014 على شكل من اشكال الاستدامه وابتدينا نحط لها معايير اساسيه. ولكن احنا فين من ده؟ وهل هي عباره عن مسميات، ولا المفروض ان احنا نبقى حاطين في اعتباراتنا ان احنا هنبقى جزء من هذا التحول الموجود، سواء عن طريق اللي تم شرحه لنا على مدى ال3 اللي فاتوا دول. ناس اتكلمت على التحول والمكانه، ناس اتكلمت على الجزئيه المرتبطه بالوير هاوسنج والمناطق المتكامله، في ناس اتكلمت على حاجات كتيره جدا، ولكن يعني نربط الحاجات دي كلها ببعضيها عشان نقدر نوصل لمعايير الاستدامه الشكل اللي احنا عايزين نحققه في الموانئ بتاعتنا. حطوا شكل اخضر وشكل ازرق. احنا بنتكلم على الالوان دهيت بغرض عايزين نوصل لايه؟ هل احنا الموضوع مرتبطين كمواني بالاقتصاد الاخضر؟ وهل احنا جزء منه؟ هل احنا من الاقتصاد الازرق؟ وهل احنا جزء منه؟ يعنيني جدا ان احنا نبقى شايفين الالوان دهيت وعارفين احنا فين منها، وعلشان نبقى جزء منها المطلوب مننا ان احنا نعمل ايه. تعالوا نتكلم على الجزء المرتبط بالتعريف الخاص بالاقتصاد الازرق والتحول اللي بيتم عندنا في موانينا، واللي النهارده هتلاقي كل اللي احنا اتكلمنا عليه من ميكنه وكل ما اتكلم عليه في كفاءه التشغيل بتاعه المواني مرتبط بشكل رئيسي بهذه المفاهيم الرئيسيه. لو هنتكلم على الاقتصاد، لو هنتكلم على الشق الاجتماعي، لو هنتكلم على الشق المرتبط بالبيئي، فده بالتاكيد مرتبط بكل هذه المسميات الرئيسيه، وهوفر لحضراتكم شكل مرتبط ببعضيه في هذه المفاهيم الاساسيه. هنلاقي ان احنا بندور بشكل رئيسي على ان احنا استخدامات الطاقه المتجدده، استخدامات ما هو موجود في المحيطات، سواء احنا بنتكلم على ما هو مرتبط بالمصايد السمكيه، سواء مرتبط على الناس اللي هي الصيادين، سواء مرتبط بالاويل اند جاز انرجي او اللي هو الاستخدامات بتاعه الدريلنج او الحقول اللي هي مرتبطه بالغاز والبترول اللي اراضينا غنيه بيها بفضل الله. كل الكلام ده هو محتاجين ان احنا نحطه في اعتباراتنا، ولكن احنا كمينا، احنا كمنطقه حره، احنا كمنطقه اقتصاديه، شكل الكلام ده هو ايه وارتباطه بهذه الاقتصادات والشق المرتبط بالنواحي البيئيه شكله عامل ازاي. الناس كلها بتكلمنا النهارده على عايزين نوصل لنت زيرو، واحد المحاضرات اللي هي سمعناها والكلام دوت انا سمعته كتير جدا، هل فعلا احنا ممكن نوصل للنت زيرو ايميشنز او اللي هو الانبعاثات تبقى موجوده عندنا بصفر؟ اعتقد ان الموضوع ده هو ناس كتيره جدا من الناس اللي هي الواقعيين عارفين الكلام ده هو من المستحيل ان هو يتنفذ. ولكن هل الكلام ده هو معناه ان احنا نتوقف عن ان احنا نسعى ان احنا نقلل انبعاثات؟ طبعا. هل الكلام ده هيبقى ليه تاثير على الثلاث معايير الاساسيه للاستدامه، سواء كانت اقتصاديه، سواء كانت بيئيه، سواء كانت اجتماعيه؟ طبعا لازم ما نتوقفش عن ده، وهنتكلم على ده بشكل تفصيلي. لما ابتدينا نتكلم على التحول في المواني او الجرين بورتس او المواني الخضراء، دورنا على افضل المعايير اللي موجوده في العالم، ولقينا المعايير الاوروبيه حاطه 13 معيار اساسي مرتبطين بالتحول الاخضر في المواني، وابتدينا ناخد النموذج ده. وانا هاخد من اخر محاضره كان الدكتور اللي كان بيتكلم من شويه وكان بيقول من حقنا نحلم، من حقنا نشوف احدث حاجه موجوده في العالم شكلها عامل ازاي، وما نبتديش نفكر بالشكل التقليدي وتعالوا نبص للدنيا رايحه على فين. النهارده احنا نيجي نبص على هذه المعايير هتلاقينا دايما حاطين في اعتباراتنا اهم عنصر موجود في المينا، هتلاقيه رقم واحد. للعلم المعايير ديت لما هتخشوا وتدوروا على المعايير المرتبطه بالموانئ الخضراء في اوروبا مش حاطين المعيار ده هو رقم واحد، لان هم عندهم المعرفه بالموضوع ده، هو عندهم الايمان بالشق المرتبط بالنواحي البيئيه دهيت. ولكن احنا محتاجين جدا ان احنا يبقى واحنا بنشتغل يبقى حاطين دايما في اعتباراتنا ده. لذلك يجب ان احنا نبقى حاطين في اعتباراتنا ان العنصر البشري يجب ان يؤمن بالنقطه ديت في حياته، في كل تصرفاته، في كل اجراءاته، في كل خططه، وفي كل رؤاه وتنفيذه اليومي للعمليات في الموانئ. النهارده هنلاقي المنظمه البحريه الدوليه حاطت مجموعه من المعطيات الاساسيه. ابتدينا يمكن في 2016 لما ابتدوا يتكلموا على تقليل الانبعاثات او تقليل كميه الكبريت اللي موجوده في الوقود البحري، وكان الموضوع ده تحدي كبير جدا بالنسبه للناس المنتجه للوقود، وكان تحدي كبير جدا بالناس اللي هي عندها خطوط ملاحيه، كان تحدي كبير جدا بالنسبه للمواني ان هي توفر نوع الوقود دهوت. وكان في ناس كتيره جدا بتتكلم على ان تقريبا الموضوع ده من الصعوبه ان هو يتنفذ في يناير 2020 وتنفذ. كانت بدايته ايه؟ بدايه المعاناه اللي ابتدت الناس تعيشها في العالم كله النهارده. الناس ابتدت تحس ان عندنا كميه الكبريت او نسبه الكبريت اللي موجوده في الامطار اللي نازله في دول كتيره جدا، النسبه دهيت مؤثره بشكل كبير على صحه البني ادم. فابتدت تفكر ان لازم يكون في معايير اساسيه لان هي تقلل كميات الكبريت اللي موجوده عشان تقلل التاثير الضار على صحه البني ادم. وبالتالي كان عندنا المعطيات المرتبطه بالقرارات اللي خدتها المنظمه البحريه الدوليه. هنلاقي احنا بعد كده ما وصلناش لقرار نهائي فيما يخص امداد السفن بالكهرباء، الاو بي اس اللي هو الاون شور باور سبلاي، ولكن هتلاقي النهارده ابتدى يبقى فيه بدايه تعاطي مع هذا الموضوع بشكل رئيسي، بدايه ان في دول ابتدت تطبق الموضوع ده من 2014 و2015. ولكن هل في قرار ان يبقى يتم تنفيذ الموضوع ده في المواني على مستوى العالم على 2030 على سبيل المثال؟ الحقيقه مفيش. ولكن في كلام في الاي ام او على ان احنا الموضوع ده لازم يتحط في الاعتبار، ولكن في استثمارات هتحط فيه. وخلينا نتفق ان احنا لازم نبقى شايفين العالم ماشي لغايه الموضوع ده وصل بيه لفين. تحدي كبير جدا، مش بس ان انت تبقى توفر يبقى عندك الجهاز اللي بيدي الكهرباء للسفينه، ولكن هتسعر الخدمه دي ازاي؟ هتدي الكهرباء دي بكام؟ لان الراجل اللي جايب المكن وعايز يقف عندك في المينا عايز ياخد الكهرباء، ما عندوش مشكله خالص، بس هل الكلام ده هيوفر له الوقود اللي هو بيحرقه؟ طبعا، بس اللي هتديله ده هتديله بكام؟ ودي نقطه مهمه جدا، لان في ناس كتيره جدا بعد ما وفرت الاستثمارات وجابت الاجهزه وركبتها في المواني وابتدت تدي المراكب كهرباء، لقيت عندها مشكله كبيره جدا هتسعر الخدمه دي ازاي، وابتدت يحصل مشاكل مع الخطوط الملاحيه، ابتدى يحصل مشاكل مع اصحاب المراكب، لان هو شايف ان الموضوع ده تكلفه كبيره جدا عليه، الدوله مش بتدعمه. لذلك لو احنا بنستهدف ان احنا يبقى عندنا فعلا تقليل للبصمه الكربونيه اللي موجوده لمؤسسه زي المواني اللي موجوده عندنا، لازم نحط في اعتباراتنا ان احنا لو عندنا سعر الوقود قليل لازم يبقى السعر مدعم للكهرباء اللي موجوده جوه المينا، لان يعنيني جدا بالذات للناس اللي عندها مواني في محيطها مناطق سكنيه، لازم ابقى حاطط في اعتباري ان ناسي هي اهم حاجه عندي وصحتهم هي اهم حاجه عندي. صحيح انا بنقل الانبعاثات اللي موجوده للكهرباء لمحطه الكهرباء ممكن تكون بعيده شويه عن المدينه، ولكن مهم جدا ان احنا حاطين في اعتباراتنا ده. مش كده وبس، الناس ابتدت تتكلم النهارده السفن وهي داخله المواني عندها سواء كان مخلفات صلبه سواء عندها مخلفات سائله. انا هعمل ايه في المخلفات الصلبه والسائله ديت؟ هل انا النهارده بقيت ملزم ان انا اقدر استقبل هذه المخلفات واعمل لها اعاده تدوير؟ وابتدينا نروح لاكتر من كده كمان. الموضوع مش مساله ان انا استقبل المخلفات وشكرا واروح ارميها في اي حته. مهم جدا ان انا بحطط في اعتباري ان الشكل اللي الناس النهارده رايحه له هو اعاده التدوير واعاده الاستخدام، وده بالنسبه لي في منتهى الاهميه ان انا بحط وانا بطبق الكلام ده في المواني بتاعتنا. طيب الكلام ده انا عايز اقيس انا فين بالنسبه للعالم، انا فين بالنسبه للمعايير اللي موجوده ديت كلها. هنلاقي ان احنا عندنا في مجموعه معايير في ناس القت الضوء عليها في محاضراتها وابتدت تتكلم على ان احنا عندنا تقريبا كل سنه في مؤشر بينزل لكفاءه التشغيل بالنسبه لمحطات الحاويات في العالم، وليه مؤشرات مرتبطه بالمراحل الزمنيه بتاعه التعامل داخل المينا والتشغيل في المينا. في ناس ابتدت تتكلم كمان احنا عندنا LBI لوجيستيك بيرفورمانس اندكس، احنا تصنيفنا ايه وترتيبنا ايه على مستوى العالم، والمعايير اللي موجوده في ده، لان احنا بنتكلم بلغه العالم كله النهارده بيكلمها. ميزه الشغل في المواني وفي البحر ان انت مش بتتكلم لغه خاصه، يعني مش بتتكلم على ان انت عايز تاخد خبره من المواني الماليزيه او المواني النرويجيه، العالم كله بيتكلم المعيار ده. فلو حبيت تقيس نفسك انت فين بالنسبه للعالم، من السهل جدا ان انت تمسك المؤشرات اللي موجوده في اللوجيستيك بيرفورمانس اندكس او الفهرس العالمي للاداء اللوجستي، وتشوف انت فين منه، وتشوف الست معايير اللي موجوده جواه بتحققها ازاي وانت فين بالنسبه للعالم، وتبتدي تشوف انت ممكن تعمل كوركتيف اكشن او تحسين للحاله بتاعتك في المينا بشكل عامل ازاي. النهارده زي ما حضراتكم كنا بنتكلم، خلاص كنا بنتكلم في 2018 على الفال واستخدام النماذج الموحده بالنسبه للعالم كله، النهارده بقى الزام علينا في 1/1/2024 ان كل مواني تطبق هذه النماذج وبشكل رئيسي. ومش هيبقى الموضوع ان في عندنا نموذج في ليبيا غير مصر غير انجلترا، كل ده هيبقى موحد. فبالتالي لازم الكلام دوت يبقى احنا حاطين في اعتباراتنا ان العالم بيتكلم ايه، ولازم نجري بسرعه علشان خاطر نبقى عارفين لغه العالم في هذا المجال شكلها عامل ازاي. مهم جدا البورت كوميونيتي سيستم، مش ان انت تعمل نموذج او نعمل برنامج او نعمل ميكنه للمنظومه دهيت. مهم جدا جدا زي ما انا قاعد بكلم مع حضراتكم كده ان انت تجيب مجموعه العمل في المينا، عشان زميلنا اللي كان بيتكلم وبيلاقي ان احنا التغيير ده فيه مشكله كبيره جدا. لازم الكلام دوت يبقى احنا دايما بكل مجموعه العمل اللي في المينا برئاسه المينا. وانا بصر على الموضوع دهوت لان انت عشان تحل التحدي ده وتبتدي تقول لي ان انا عندي اصل الجمارك ليها اليد العليا، اهلا وسهلا مع كامل احترامي وتقديري، انما في النهايه المعيار الرئيسي هو اللي جاي من منظمه البحريه الدوليه اللي العالم النهارده بيصنف المينا عليه، اللي المسؤول عنه رئيس هيئه المينا مش حد تاني. كل الجهات اللي موجوده جهات مهمه وجهات داعمه، ولكن يعنيني بشكل رئيسي ان انت تبقى عارف ان الكوميونيكيشن او التواصل ما بينك وما بين هذه الجهات، وان هو يبقى عارف هو دوره ايه بالنسبه لتحسين التصنيف بتاع المينا بتاعك، ده في منتهى الاهميه. لان لازم يبقى عارف ان انا النهارده ممكن تصنيفي كدوله ينزل في المؤشرات العالميه بسبب ان الاداء اللي مرتبط بالجمارك وزمن الافراج الجمركي بتاعه مش على احسن ما يكون. فيجب ان انت تعيد تاني بناء وهيكله المنظومه بتاعه الجمارك، ولازم هو هيبقى جزء من ده مش حد تاني. ولازم يبقى عارف ان الكلام ده لو اتحسن هيحسن اسم بلده في التصنيف العالمي. خلينا نبقى واخدين بالنا كويس جدا من التحول اللي بيحصل في العالم النهارده. خلي بال حضراتكم الرقم ده رقم حقيقي ورقم واقعي. 30% من السفن اللي بتتبني دلوقتي في العالم في الترسانات اللي موجوده في كوريا وفي الصين وفي المناطق اللي هي مرتبطه باليابان كمان، 30% منها هتتبني عشان تمشي بالوقود البديل. فلازم نبقى حاطين في اعتباراتنا ان العالم رايح في اتجاه ان انت النهارده مش هتستخدم الوقود الطبيعي، الوقود العادي التقليدي ده. هو طب احنا فين من ده؟ يا ترى عندنا البضاعه نفسها، البرودكت نفسه، يا ترى الاشكال اللي هي بتاعه الدول فيول موجوده عندنا في بلادنا؟ هل ابتدينا ننتجها؟ هل هنجيبها من بره؟ هل عندنا ناس تقدر تقدم خدمات لهذه السفن لما تبتدي تخش المياه الاقليميه بتاعتنا ولا لا؟ مهم جدا ان انا ابقى شايف ده وشايف التحول ده وشايف الارقام بتاعه المراكب اللي بتمشي في العالم شكلها عامل ازاي. دي صوره حقيقيه واقعيه لاول عمليه تموين سفينه تمت في العالم للحاويات في ميناء شرق بورسعيد في شهر اغسطس اللي فات. وان شاء الله باذن الله عندنا اللي جاي في شهر يمكن يناير في مركب تانية. في تحول كبير جدا بيحصل ولازم تبقى مواكب لهذا الكلام. يعنينا بشكل رئيسي ان انت تبقى جاهز لده، مش بس عشان انت تقدم الخدمه. مهم جدا يبقى عندك ناس فاهمه ازاي هتقدم الخدمه دي ازاي، ايه المخاطر اللي مرتبطه بتنفيذ هذه الخدمه وبنوع الوقود اللي موجود عندنا في العالم اللي ابتدى يستخدمه. المناطق اللوجستيه وتاثيرها على الاستدامه مهم جدا، وكلمنا على الموضوع ده بشكل مستفيض ومش عايز اطول في الجزئيه ديت، ولكن مهم جدا ان احنا زي ما اتفقنا نفكر بشكل رئيسي في المالتي موديل سيستم. استخدام الارتباط اللي انتوا حضراتكم عايزين توصلوا له، ان المركب توصل من المينا وتبتدي تاخد البضاعه وتروح على تشاد ومالي. لازم يبقى في عندها مسار تقدر تمشي عليه، ممكن يبقى سكه حديد، ممكن يبقى شاحنات، ممكن يبقى طريق، بس مهم جدا ان الطريق ده يبقى في مناطق لوجستيه يقدر يحصل فيها توزيع على بقيه المدن والقرى اللي موجوده في العمق الليبي لغايه ما توصل للحدود وتبتدي تعدي الحدود دهيت. وده الاساس اللي انت النهارده لو بتحلم ان انت توصل وتبقى فعلا جيت واي لافريقيا، او تبقى فعلا منطقه محوريه ومينا محوري لافريقيا، مهم جدا ان انت تبقى جاهز ببنيه تحتيه قويه جدا تقدر توصلك لهذه المدن ولهذه الدول.
Captain, we have 2 minutes.
I don't think so. Allow me for more minutes, please. Sylvia. Okay. I'll skip as quickly as possible. Digitalization is talking about that. Well, using استخدام التكنولوجيا. عايز اقول لحضراتكم ان انا والكلام ده هو يمكن اللي فيكم راح مثلا دبي على سبيل المثال، مش هنتكلم على حاجه بعيده جدا. هتلاقي نفسك ان انت عندك بيتعمل لك فيس ريكوجنيشن. زمان لما اتكلمت على الفيس ريكوجنيشن في 2016 و2017 كانت ناس مستغربه ايه اللي انت بتقوله ده. النهارده وانت داخل المطار بيتعمل لك فيس ريكوجنيشن. وانت بتتعامل مع الفيسبوك لو حد حط صورتك بيتعمل لك فيس ريكوجنيشن. فالنهارده استخدام قاعده البيانات للمتعاملين مع المينا وان انت تخش المينا بشكل سلس، الموضوع ده بقى في منتهى الاهميه. استخدامته كمان للسيارات والشاحنات بقى في منتهى الاهميه. فكره ان انت تيجي تقف على البوابه، الكلام ده انبعاثات، الكلام ده تاثير ضرب البيئه، الكلام ده اقتصاد، الكلام ده مرتبط بشكل كبير جدا ان التكلفه بتزيد على البضاعه بتاعت اللي داخله او اللي خارجه او اللي رايحه ترانزيت. وبالتالي الكلام ده هو في بعد في منتهى الاهميه لازم نبقى حاطينه في اعتباراتنا. تطبيقات الذكاء الصناعي، وارجوكم هنقف عند الحته دي شويه عشان انا بالنسبه لي مهم. عملنا ايه علشان خاطر نخطط لبوابات؟ وانا شايف البوابات بتاعت منطقه مصراته الحره بوابات معموله بشكل يمكن بدائي لغايه ما يبقى في عندنا بوابه رئيسيه، وانا شايفها حاجه رائعه كشكل، جميله جدا. ولكن احنا جينا عملنا حاجه اتمنى ان هي توصل لحضراتكم وممكن ان احنا نتعاون في الموضوع ده. لما جينا نخطط للبوابات في مينا بتاع شرق بورسعيد ابتدينا نجيب تطبيقات الذكاء الصناعي وابتدينا نعمل التنبؤات بتاعه احجام البضائع والسفن اللي موجوده، وبالتالي عدد الشحنات اللي هيتم تعاملها مع المينا لغايه سنه 2054 ل 30 سنه قدام. وابتدينا نشوف احنا محتاجين كام بوابه للمينا في المرحله الحاليه دهيت. وابتدى لما ابتدينا نعمل محاكاه لحركه الشاحنات وصلتنا ان احنا سنه 2034 على سبيل المثال هيبتدي يحصل تكدس للشاحنات في احد البوابات اللي موجوده في المينا. طب هنعمل ايه؟ ابتدينا نفكر ان احنا نعمل بوابات عباره عن بوابات تقدر تطلع وتدخل منها في نفس البوابه. يعني البوابه بتاعه الخروج ينفع اخش منها لو انا عندي فيه مركب على سبيل المثال واقفه وجايبه واردات للمينا وعدد العربيات بشكل كبير جدا والشحنات كبير، اقدر ان انا استخدم بوابات الدخول في الخروج. يبقى انا عندي البوابات ممكن تبقى ريفرسبل، ده واحد. اتنين، هل النهارده دلوقتي لقينا سنه 2044 هيبقى في عندي تكدس كبير جدا، فلما هحط البنيه التحتيه اللي موجوده تحت الارض هحتاج ان انا في 2044 يرجعوا تاني يدعوا علينا ويقولوا لنا الله طب انتوا ما عملتوش حسابكم ليه؟ مش كنتوا تعملوا البنيه التحتيه دي بعيد شويه بحيث ان احنا لما نيجي نتوسع ما نضطرش ان احنا نحفر تاني ونبتدي ننقل الكابلات والميه والصرف الصحي بعيد عن المسار دهوت، وابتدينا ان احنا نحط ده لما بعد 2044 بحيث ان انت يبقى عندك بنيه تحتيه مستدامه بشكل حقيقي. في نفس الوقت الكلام ده تاثيره على الانبعاثات ايه؟ تاثيره على الاقتصاد بتاع التوتال لوجيستكس كوست او التكلفه اللوجستيه بتاع الصادرات والواردات بتاعتنا ايه؟ تاثيره على جيبنا احنا كلنا كمواطنين شكله عامل ازاي؟ ابتدينا نحسب ده عشان ابتدي اشوف الكلام دوت هياثر عليا في التضخم، وهل الكلام دوت هيضطرني وانا لسه عندي عمر كده كمان 10 سنين ولا حاجه، هل الكلام دوت هياثر معايا في التضخم؟ ايوه، لان الكلام دوت هيبقى ليه تاثير بشكل رئيسي في منتهى الاهميه. هعدي الحاجات دهيت. الناس اللي شغاله في المينا ارجوكم حطوا في اعتباراتكم الاربع مراحل دول، لان دول في منتهى الاهميه، ودول المرحلتين الاساسيين اللي المواني في العالم النهارده في تصنيفها هتلاقيهم مركزين عليهم لغايه ما توصل لغايه الرصيف. مرحله اولى اللي بتبتدي يراقب فيها في الكونتينر بيرفورمانس اندكس بيقول لك ايه؟ المركب اول ما توصل لنطاق بتاع المينا لغايه ما توصل على الرصيف، الحته دي شكلها عامل ازاي؟ الوقت ده في وقت ضايع، في وقت مهدر في المينا، في ايدل تايم في المينا. الكلام دوت مرتبط بان انت قد يكون ما عندكش رصيف كافي، ما عندكش مرشدين كفايه، ما عندك مرشدين بس ما عندكش مرشدين يقدروا يشتغلوا على الحمولات الكبيره اللي موجوده في المينا، ما عندكش اطراف كفايه، وبالتالي النهارده مش هتدي البيانات للي بيصنفك. هو قاعد ماسك القمر الصناعي ومراقب المراكب اللي بتخش على مصراته ويبتدي يقول لك ان انت عندك وهي داخله اتاخرت وقلت سرعتها عن 2 عقده ل 15 دقيقه، يبقى انت اكيد ما عندكش مرشد. اضطريت ترمي مخطاف بره، يبقى انت ما عندكش رصيف كفايه. يبقى الموضوع ده بالنسبه لك عباره عن ايه؟ انبعاثات اضافيه، يبقى بيئه عندنا في تكلفه اضافيه لان المركب واقفه ومتاخره، يبقى ده الكلام ده برضه بيئه، وكلام اقتصاد، يبقى الكلام ده هيبقى تاثيره كبير جدا على جيب الناس اللي موجوده، لان الواردات النهائيه اللي جايه اتضاف عليها تكلفه اضافيه بسبب وقفه المركب اللي جايه بره دي. الجزء الثاني هو انت عندك كفاءه تشغيل في الارصفه ومتوسط زمن دوران السفينه على الرصيف، هل هو طبقا للمعدات العالميه؟ طب ما هي الانكتاد بتقول لنا ده.
Thank you. We will start wrapping it up to give some time for questions because some
I
of
didn't
the
finish.
people in the public
I didn't
need
finish.
to go.
I didn't finish.
We
I
will.
still have.
Yes, we can continue
Okay.
after. So.
Sylvia, can just I will skip lots of points, but I'll go to East Bursaid directly, so that we can just give a
Well,
case study
As
about
per Dr. Morsi's request, 1 minute.
1 minute. 1 minute. Okay. مهم جدا ان احنا نبقى شايفين تنافسيه المكان اللي احنا موجودين فيه بمقارنته بقيه الاماكن اللي في العالم. يعني على سبيل المثال لما ابتدينا جبنا مكتب استشاري دولي وابتدى يقيس تنافسيه المينا عندنا والمنطقه بتاعتنا بالمقارنه بالمناطق الشبيهه بينا في الصين، في تركيا، في الامارات، في الاردن، في السعوديه، في المغرب، وابتدينا نشوف احنا فين في ده في كل معيار من ال 40 معيار اللي موجودين في تنافسيه هذه المناطق، وبالتالي يعنينا جدا احنا نبقى شايفين نفسينا احنا فين بالنسبه لبقيه العالم. منطقه شرق بورسعيد المتكامله المينا كانت بدايته عباره عن المنطقه دي من 2003 حتى 2015. النهارده منطقه شرق بورسعيد المتكامله 145 مليون متر مربع، عباره عن مينا ومنطقه لوجستيه ومنطقه صناعيه. ال 145 مليون متر مربع دول ليهم جهه وحيده هي اللي بتدير هذه المنطقه كلها بالكامل، بتدي الحوافز، بتمد البنيه التحتيه، بتحط بكل ما هو مرتبط بالتسعير بتاع الخدمات. ويعنينا جدا ان انت تبقى عارف اصلا انت بتستهدف ايه من الصناعات اللي انت عايز توفرها تبقى موجوده في الدوله. انا وقتي عدى بشكل كبير جدا. سيلفيا I'm sorry about that. دكتور I'm sorry but I'm trying. أنا فعلا كنت عايز اوصل رساله لشكل ونموذج، ولكن انا سايب في البرزنتيشن بتاعتي الايميل بتاعي، رقم تليفوني هيبقى متوفر مع حضراتكم لو احتجتوا اي حاجه من القلب للقلب. النبي وصى على صدى جار، واحنا تحت امركم في اي حاجه. شكرا لكم.
Thank you. This is really interesting. As you can see it, we could be talking here for many hours or days. So So you have the contacts of the speakers, and eventually you can contact them, or hopefully you will be here in the future, in the soon future, to share again. So I want to highlight from Captain's Sam, this is a very complex system, and being able to knead together blue economy, green economy, SDGs, port efficiency, social, environmental aspects, and new requirements is always complicated, and it's a battle that you have to choose depending on which aspects are priority for your investments, and which areas you want to grow. So now we will open 10 minutes for questions, and we would like to give the floor to you and start asking questions. I guess our speakers are also online if somebody wants to ask questions to them.
Hello, good morning. I have a question from Captain Assem. It was actually a quite lengthy but also interesting presentation, I have to say. Okay, right now in European Union, we are discussing about the emission trading scheme, as you may know. And there are a lot of concerns in South European ports, which are parts of the European Union. What will happen with the vessels that are, let's say, are employed in the Far East European lines? I mean, for example, the port of Piraeus is worried that many vessels are going to call at your port before going to Piraeus in order to avoid paying the environmental taxes. Do you see this is going to affect your port, and how much? I mean, do you expect to see an increase in your in the vessels calls in the near future?
Well, do you allow me to answer in Arabic? Sure.
Whatever you want. Yes,
I'm not sure that translation is going to be good with that.
Okay.
Yes. Can I answer the question, and after that we can listen to your question, sir? Can I answer the question? Okay. Well, أنساتي سيداتي، جورج من اليونان هو بيسأل على الشق المرتبط بالموانئ اليونانية وتأثير الجزئية بتاعت الانبعاثات فيما يخص التأثير الكبير اللي هم بيعتبروا نفسهم جزء منه. الأسبوع اللي قبل فات كنت في اليونان، وجورج عارف، وكنت بحضر أحد مؤتمرات خاصة ب جنوب غرب أوروبا، وكانوا بيتكلموا على منطقة البلقان بالتحديد. كان بتربطنا ولا زلنا علاقات طيبة جدا واتفاقية تعاون مع ميناء دسالونيك في جنوب اليونان. حاطين 4 معايير أساسية بحيث إن احنا يبقى في ربط لتقليل حاجة بيسموها اللي هي السبلاي تشين، أو اللي هي سلاسل الإمداد، وده بشكل رئيسي مرتبط بأهم معيار رئيسي في الموانئ كلها احنا بنشتغل عليه. كلنا بنشتغل على تقليل التكلفة اللوجستية. كل من هو مصدرين، تجار، أصحاب أعمال مرتبطة بالموانئ بالبحر، كلهم مرتبطين بشكل رئيسي بتقليل التكلفه اللوجستيه، وبالتالي الكلام ده هو يقينا هيقلل برضه بشكل رئيسي الانبعاثات بشكل رئيسي. واحنا شغالين في 4 محاور مع الموانئ اليونانيه بحيث ان احنا نرتبط عندنا حجم صادرات كبير جدا من الحاصلات الزراعيه بتروح للدول الاوروبيه، وبالتالي احنا عايزين نبقى سالونيك تبقى زي ما احنا عايزين نبقى جيت واي لافريقيا، هم كمان يبقوا برضو ممر رئيسي لدول البلقان ال9 بما فيها من بوبيليشن تقريبا تعدي 60 مليون مواطن. في نفس الوقت بنتكلم على ان احنا نبتدي نحتاج بنية تحتية في موانئ اليونان بحيث ان هو يبقى عندهم برضو مناطق ثلاجات ومناطق لوجستيه، بحيث ان هم يبتدوا يبقوا عندهم زي منطقه توزيع لهذه الدول. فالبنيه التحتيه محتاجه اعاده تاهيل. بنتكلم على مستقبل بالنسبه للدول مش كبير، بنتكلم على ان احنا في خلال من 3 ل 4 سنين مصر هيبقى فيها انتاج للهيدروجين الاخضر باحجام ضخمه، وهتبتدي المفروض ان هي تتحرك تروح للدول الاوروبيه. وبالتالي كان مهم جدا ان يبقى البنيه التحتيه من تنكات وبايب لاينز عندهم في الموانئ بتاعتهم تبقى مؤهله بحيث ان هو يعيد تاني تخزين المنتج اللي هو بتاع الهيدروجين الاخضر اللي هيطلع من الاراضي المصريه يروح للدول الاوروبيه واعاده توزيعها داخل الدوله او الدول الاوروبيه اللي هي المحيطه بيهم. وبالتالي يعنينا بشكل رئيسي ان احنا نبقى حاطين في اعتباراتنا ان احنا كمان يبقى في تواجد لصناعات ومنتجات بحيث ان احنا التاثير السلبي اللي هو جورج بيستهدفه وبيسال عليه اللي هو ممكن يكون من اتجاه شيبنج لاينز او خطوط ملاحيه في اتجاه غير اللي هي بتاع قناه السويس وتاثيره السلبي على الموانئ المصريه، اعتقد ان ده اللي احنا بنسعى بشكل رئيسي فيه وشغالين عليه بشكل يومي بشكل سنوي، بحيث ان احنا نبقى بنقلل التاثير السلبي على موانينا وعلى المنطقه الاقتصاديه لقناه السويس اللي تعتبر موقع استراتيجي مهم. Did I answer your question, George? The translation is good. Okay, we can complete our discussion out there with the
Thank
coffee.
you.
Sir, I think you have a question. I think.
So, but we will try to make the questions as short and
Short
as
and sweet.
possible,
Short and
and the answers also for the speakers, so we have more time to share with the public and their questions.
My question is to Professor Peter. When he showed one slide of a model of a port, where he said the port is not for sale, it's not the land. And he had a lot of things plus, 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 plus. One of the elements I feel he left out was the political element, because in most port concessioning in developing countries, the political element plays a very big role. What is Professor Peter's view on the political element? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Professor De Langen online? Okay, we for the moment we don't see him in line, so maybe we have another question, and if we are able to connect him back, then we can ask him. Do you have more questions here? Please, the microphone.
السلام عليكم. نشكر الدكتور علي على العرض الجيد. في سؤال هنا: ما هو دور المنظمات الدولية في المساهمة في إسقاط المعايير الدولية للاستدامة في المناطق الحرة؟ هل هناك دور في المنظمات الدولية للمساهمة في تطوير المناطق الحرة، أو حتى يعني إسقاط المعايير على المناطق الحرة لمساعدتها في التطوير؟
المنظمات الدوليه زي ما انت شايف كده اتحطت معايير، ومع الوقت هتلاقي التطبيق ده هيبقى الزامي. زي ما قلت لحضرتك كده اهو، لما تيجي تكلمني بقى على ان انت تقلل مثلا استخدام الاوراق في المواد، ودي حاجه مرتبطه برضه بشكل رئيسي بالبيئه بشكل رئيسي. يعني انا فاكر كويس جدا كنت في احد الموانئ الدوليه لما اشتغلت يمكن 6 سنين خارج مصر، كانوا بيمنعونا ان احنا نطبع ورق الا في حدود معينه لشكل رئيسي. كانوا بيقولوا لنا الاتي، كانوا دايما حتى بيحطوا لنا كده في الايميل ان كل رزمتين ورق يساوي شجره. فانت متخيل ان انت الموضوع قد ايه بيحط جواك اهميه البيئه واهميه ارتباط عملك بهذه البيئه. لما جينا لتطبيق الفال مثلا على سبيل المثال في 2018، وكان في كل الناس بتستخدم النماذج ديت بشكل ورقي، وكان لازم المركب تبعت للتوكيل، التوكيل يبتدي يسجل الورق دهوت، ياخده واحد يروح بيه لهيئه المينا، هيئه المينا تبتدي توزعه. فطبعا عايز اقول لحضرتك ان الكلام ده مرتبط بشكل رئيسي، لان انت بيسيب لك وقت، ولكن بيجي في وقت محدد بيبتدي يقول لك انت ملزم ان انت تعمل ده. لما نيجي نتكلم على الموضوع بتاع تقليل الكبريت في الوقود على سبيل المثال، وقود البحر، الموضوع في الاول كان بيتكلم على ان انت محتاج ان انت تفكر في تقليل الانبعاثات، لغايه ما بقى الموضوع ملزم وادوا للناس 4 سنين وبقى الزامي ان الناس تبتدي تنفذ الكلام ده كله، ويبتدوا يوفروا الوقود البديل بالشكل اللي احنا بندور عليه. فالموضوع بقى النهارده لازم تبقى حاسس وفاهم ان انا وانت وكل الناس اللي عايشه في العالم كلنا متاثرين بكل الانشطه اللي احنا بننفذها دي، الانشطه الصناعيه وحتى الانبعاثات بتاعت الشاحنات وسياراتنا حتى الشخصيه، اللي ابتدت الناس النهارده تقيسها وبيقول لك انت البصمه الكربونيه بتاعتك كشخص شكلها عامل ازاي. وفي دول ابتدت تدي حوافز للناس اللي بتقلل البصمه الكربونيه بتاعتها، يعني اللي بيستخدم نقل جماعي او غيره بيبتدي يديله حوافز معينه وزيارات مجانيه مثلا لاماكن سياحيه لمجرد ان هو قلل البصمه الكربونيه بتاعته. فلك ان تتخيل الموضوع النهارده ان هم في الاول بيحطك في الصوره، وبعد كده مع الوقت بيقول لك لا انت هتبقى ملزم ان انت تنفذ المعايير دي هي بشكل ما او باخر. شويه وهتلاقي ان انت النهارده زي ما انت شايف كده الحاله الجويه اللي موجوده والظواهر الجويه، الحرائق اللي بقت موجوده في كل حته في العالم، الامطار والعواصف اللي بقت موجوده في كل حته في العالم. مفيش حد بقى النهارده في معزل عن ان هو متاثر بالانشطه اللي بتتم سواء صناعيه او غيره. فيعنينا بشكل رئيسي ان احنا نحط في اعتباراتنا ان كل المنظمات الدوليه بتحط لك معايير معينه وبعد كده بتبتدي تلزمك بيها، يعني سواء قريبا او اجلا او اجلا زي ما بيقولوا يعني. انا جاوبت سؤالك؟ شكرا.
Thank you. To add to that, sometimes even if requirements from the IMO are not mandatory at the time or international treaties have not been approved, there are some requirements that become mandatory through your clients. So if you want clients from first category to establish in your free zone, they will not come to a free zone that allows pollution or that is causing emissions or that is not treating waters correctly or is not respecting human rights. So these are certain standards that your clients, either from the maritime world or from the free zones, will eventually request. And it's important to keep in mind. Also, I have the experience from the financing organizations. So normally they looked at your numbers, your accounting to finance. Now, the first thing they want to look at is your standards from the environmental point of view and your social point of view, because they are certain these are risks that can put an end to your project if not handled correctly. So if you want to be able to have financing institutions or clients that are seriously willing to invest in your country, they will look at these things. So it's important to start getting them straight to be able to access opportunities for growth for your country. Any more questions? Yes.
السلام عليكم. أنا في نقطة شايف إن هي لم يتطرق لها أحد، وأنا شايف إن هي في المستقبل على الأقل في منطقتنا حيكون لها وجود، وهو التنافس بين المناطق الحرة اللي قاعدة تنشأ جديد في المنطقة. فهل في إمكانية أن يتم إنشاء منتدى أو زي على غرار الكونفرنسز للخطوط الملاحية اللي هي تعمل في كونفرنس ويسيطروا فيها على الفريت أو يتحكموا في الفريت، ما يتركوش للسوق حسب العرض والطلب؟ فهل في إمكانية لإنشاء منتدى بهذا الشكل أنه هو يدعم وفي نفس الوقت ما يجعلش التنافس في النهاية مدمر؟ يعني
السؤال ده ليا انا؟ انت سالت اكتر واحد غير من تماما في التكامل. يعني ارجوك انت جيت لواحد بصص للموضوع بمنظور تنافس بحت، والتنافس هياخدنا في اطار زي ما اتفقنا كده ان انت لازم تبقى حاطط ايا كان منطقه مصرات. انا لا يمكن هكون بنافس منطقه بني غازي، لان منطقه بني غازي المنطقه اللي بتخدم ليها هي اعتقد ان هي منطقه مختلفه تماما عن المنطقه اللي بتخدمها منطقه مصرات. لو هتكلمني على الدوله نفسها، شايفه ان انت مين اللي اقرب ما يكون للبنيه التحتيه كتكلفه علشان توصل لمالي والنيجر والدول اللي حضراتكم عايزين تبقوا منفذ رئيسي ليها كدول حبيسه، هتلاقي ان الموضوع بالنسبه لك ان انت لا يمكن هتعمل ده في ميناءين او ثلاثه في نفس الدوله. فالموضوع بالنسبه لنا كل ما كان فيه تنافس، والتنافس ده هو هيوصلنا في الاخر لكفاءه تشغيل عاليه، بالتاكيد هيبقى ليه تاثير بيئي افضل، هيبقى ليه تاثير اقتصادي افضل، وبالتالي الموضوع لما هتقلل التكلفه بتاعتك الكلام دوت هيقل على المنتج ككله، على التكلفه اللوجستيه كلها بالكامل. ففكره ان انت يبقى عندك تكامل، هو انا النهارده عندي في مصر، وانت اكيد طبعا كلكم بتروحوا مصر عندنا، هل منطقه بورسعيد هي بتخدم نفس السوق اللي بيخدمه منطقه دمياط؟ الحقيقه لا. فالموضوع بالنسبه لنا مساله ان انت لازم تبقى حاطط في اعتبارك ان كل مينا وكل منطقه حره هي بشكل رئيسي جدا شغاله على نوع بضاعه او احجام بضاعه محدده، هي بالتاكيد ما فيهاش تنافس رئيسي ما بينها وما بين الموانئ الثانيه والمناطق الثانيه. ولكن الترانزيت هنا فيه مشكله، هيبقى فيه تنافسيه، بالتاكيد هيبقى فيه تنافسيه، وايه المانع ان يبقى في تنافسيه والكلام ده هو هيبقى بالنسبه لك هتحط سعر اقل بكتير جدا لو انت عندك بنيه تحتيه تكفي لان انت تحتوي تجاره الترانزيت، سواء كان الترانزيت مباشر او غير مباشر. وبالتالي يعني سامحني، انا مش باصص على فكره التكامل باي شكل من الاشكال. لا يمكن هتقول لي ان انت مواني دبي في منطقه دبي هتنافس منطقه شارع بورسعيد. انا مش مقتنع بالكلام ده. هو بيتكلم على مكان بيخدم على منطقه ترانزيت لدول قد تكون في المنطقه المحيطه بتاعت الخليج العربي. انا بتكلم على منطقه انا بخدم عليها بشكل مختلف تماما. فالنهارده الشريحه اللي انت بتخدم عليها او المناطق اللي انت بتخدم عليها تختلف تماما. ف يعني فكره التكامل انا مش مقتنع بيها تماما.
لا أنا ما نقصدش تكامل، أنا نقصد نوع من التنسيق في شكل منتدى بعيد عن السبسيدي والامور هذه. لا ما اقصدش هذا.
بتاعتكم تنظموا لنا مؤتمر
يعني
هنا في مصراتة ونيجي نناقش موضوع التكامل.
يعني مستقبل المنطقه هيكون في يعني مناطق حره، هيكون في تنافس اكيد فيما بينها. يعني لو نشوف احنا هنا في ليبيا، في عندكم انتم في مصر، في الجزائر، في مالطا، هيكون في مناطق حره وهيكون في تنافس شديد. زي ما قلت انا، في بعض الخطوط الملاحيه تعمل في شيء بهذا الشكل، يعني نوع من المنتدى او الكونفرنسز اللي هم يحموا نفسهم، ما يبقاش التنافس على شده في النهايه يؤدي الى الاضرار بالعضو في الكونفرنس.
قادر افهم ان انت بتتكلم على شريحه الترانزيت المباشر في الحاويات، وده اللي ليه كوتا الى حد كبير بتزيد بنسبه معينه. لازم هيكون في تنافس ما بين الدول اللي بتنافس على الشريحه ديت، ولكن كفاءه التشغيل خلينا نبتدي بيها الاول، والتسعير كمان بتاعت الخدمات. وبالتاكيد الكلام ده هيجازف بشكل رئيسي لحصه سوقيه افضل لكل الموانئ اللي موجوده في المناطق الحره. Thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you. So we'll be closing for time purposes. Thank you very much, and a big round of applause for the panelists, please. It was a very good session today.
I'd like to thank, of course, Dr. Ali Hassan, my colleague and my best brother, and I'd like also to thank Mrs. Sylvia because she represents the only female and the only lady in this conference who attend physically from Costa Rica from a very long journey to attend this conference, which is, I think that it is a very good example for women empowering, which I think it is very important for Libyan, because I think that it still need enhancing and development for women empowering in Libya. But I think that many of ladies also for the Libyan ladies are attending this conference, which is very honor for us and very impressive for us, which is expressing that Libya is really make a huge effort in the field of women empowering. Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you, Dr. Ali Hassan. استاذن حضراتكم، احنا هنبدا الجلسه الاخيره ان شاء الله حالا دلوقتي، يعني مش هناخد بريك، هنكمل على طول باذن الله.
طويل. هذه الجلسة فرصة للتعرف على التحديات التي تواجه المناطق الحرة وعلى أفضل الممارسات والتجارب الناجحة في مجال المناطق الحرة وتبادل الخبرات والمعرفة بين المشاركين في الجلسة.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. سعيد إن أنا أكرر يعني سعادتي وامتناني لتواجدي مع حضراتكم النهاردة، وإن شاء الله في الجلسة الأخيرة هنتعرض لموضوع المناطق الحرة، فرصها وتحدياتها، ويمكن الحديث موصول بآخر سؤال طرح في السيشن السابقة. بيحضرنا 3 متحدثين، 2 منهم هيحضروا معانا عبر الزوم، ومتحدثة ثالثة هتكون حاضرها بشخصها إن شاء الله. اسمحوا لي لتقديم الزملاء أتحدث بالإنجليزية. So welcome everyone to this last session that will discuss free zones, challenges and opportunities. We have 3 distinguished speakers that I'm sure that you will all enjoy listening to and learning from. And let me just please point to our esteemed speakers. Please try to use your 15 minutes effectively, and we will take 5 minutes for Q&A just to honor the time schedule of our attendees. So without any delay, let me introduce our first speaker, Mr. Edward Rodis. I hope I spelled it correctly. He's a Spanish maritime economist, entrepreneur, and educator in the port logistics sector. He has a bachelor degree in economics and an MBA also. He served and worked in Spain and USA, and his area is electronic data interchange. Recently, in 2006, he established Scuola Europa, which is an intermodal transport firm providing specialized training in intermodal transportation. Edward advocates for sustainable and efficient transport practices, focusing on short sea shipping, railway, and intermodal transport. His presentation will be about trade facilitation and logistics in ports and free zones, and how simulation techniques and technologies can be used to optimize operations. This will also cover artificial intelligence and other tools and techniques. Edward, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the Arab Academy for the invitation to this international conference, and also to the Misrata Port Free Zones. It's an honor to be there. I hope sincerely to visit Libya very soon. I was eager and excited to be here today with you, but the current circumstances haven't not allowed it. So, but I still with the idea to go as soon as possible there. The idea of my conference is about, as you have already explained, simulation. We have developed in the COVID time a platform to simulate international trade operations, and in this digital world, we have a virtual port community with almost everything. We try to have everything. So we have 23 simulate companies. We have a digital community system. We have freight forwarders. We work with real life contracts, and we have interactive operations and training models. So we have also an airline and a shipping line, a railway company. We have transport, road transport companies, distribution companies, freight forwarders, shipping agents, and we have also a logistics area. So this is why we started to analyze how to include. This is a huge work because we work with a lot of different elements, and we started to try to define which elements were supposed to be included in this to let's to give a soul to this logistic area, and we start to analyze which were the main elements to be included. Let me say that one of the nice things of this conference is that I already took some new elements which will be very helpful to develop the concept of this logistic area. So from Mr. Peter Lange, we took some points which will be included in the future. Well, first thing of note, and I think that other lecturers has gone through that, is the network. This is clear. We work in our area with the main element, which is the one which structures all the region, which is the TEN-T, the Trans-European Transport Network, with the 9 corridors. And to analyze the situation in the Mediterranean, which is the main area where we work, the true thing is that we work always also with trying to identify the areas in North Africa. And in this case, and keeping in mind Misrata, to try to develop that, one main element is, of course, the Trans-African highways, which will, let's say, define also quite well where the investments to develop the infrastructures will go. We work very much also with the maps of the CEDMO and the Union for the Mediterranean. In this case, the Islamic Development Bank is also working on this concept for the connection in the Trans-Maghrebi corridor, which is one of the elements which will also capture a lot of investments there, because at the end, as the previous conference was explaining, it will be a competition, but it will not be enough money to develop everything. So the competition is also about the networks. And in my point of view, the networks will define quite very much the importance of each node, and logistics zone is a node on the network, on the transport network, and this is something that we have to keep in mind. And then we have the Trans-Mediterranean Transport Network, or this Motorways of the Sea network. I put its map from the European Commission, which stands for the development of the connections from the north and the south of the Mediterranean area. And this will be a maritime network. So this is something which will be very much important in this development. So if we go more specifically in the way to develop that, and this is something which is important because we know for experience that many times this is one of the elements which reduce the capacity to take decisions. And I stayed in the session of Tunisia, and I know that for some developments, the definition of which kind of relations you have to establish to develop a logistic area is very important. But the true thing is that we build on the idea of public-private partnerships. This has worked very well in the ports area. In relation to a session of yesterday saying that, in fact, the landlord model is just a step going to a better state, which is the private model, I disagree absolutely. I think that the landlord model, where the state keeps the land, is a very good model to work with. I think that this is very good for the future, that we have strong governments that can keep the land for them. But this public-private partnership seems to be something which can help very much to develop a collaboration between both parts. The logistic sector is an important sector that can be used to finance, build, and operate these logistic zones. And this is the model that we are trying to implement in these simulate companies. Then we'll go through all the different elements, the analysis of these elements for simulation. One is location. Then we have these sub-elements, which are industry, population, and land. So if you need to have a place, you need to have markets and industry. Then we have the infrastructures, and here we have the networks with the connectivity by road, by rail, by air, and by sea. If you have inland navigation, also, of course. Then the equipments, and this is very much related with the kind of companies that you will have inside. I agree absolutely in this, that this is about this concept of the ecosystem. So you are building something which are supposed to be a complement inside of all the elements that you're going to go through. Then the services for people, for telecommunications, training, space for meetings, energy. And I take this idea from the language that energy will become one of the main elements. Also, the supply of energy can be something at the end very important. And then the infrastructure. So you're supposed to have port logistics, community systems, water management systems, ERP, RFID. Let me put also in these elements the single window, which this session has been so important. If we go a little bit through the location, in my point of view, is one of the main elements to try to define at the beginning. That I took the area of Misrata with the countries which are around, with the population which is involved, with the GPD, which is also something related with the capacity of acquisition that they have. And I put the distance with the different elements, different countries close. So we have Cairo, Niamey, N'Djamena, Khartoum, Tunis around, and all the different elements and all the people involved on that. And this is more or less 262 million persons. So this is a huge number of inhabitants that should be considered in the definition of all these areas, because at the end is, if we are serving at the network, we need to have people around. This is the schema, because trying to also define the let's say the foreland, this short, we say the sea hinterland, but the places where we can go in a short distance, and we have this southern Europe that could be served with motorways of the sea or short sea shipping services. And here we have Greece, Italy, and Spain as natural markets of this region. So this is something which can help very much to try to have more possibilities to develop this area. Then we go to the infrastructures, and again we go through the elements related with the networks. And here is where we can identify ports, airports, roads, and railway operations. And this is something that is of high importance, because many times it's not in our hands to have the others' networks connect to our network. So we can try to make our own policy inside our country, but the true thing is that we need to be members of the main networks in the world. So we can have to decide where we will put the efforts to try to build something which can stand and to compete in an international level. These connections and this network will need also the equipments, and this is where we go to the next step. Let me say in the connections, one point, the connectivity, and this is something that has been explained, is very much related also with the shipping connectivity and the connectivity of the port. So each element is related with the other, and this is one of the things that we have to go through: the direct connectivity of airports, the direct connectivity of the ports, and each company, each service which is built there, which help very much to the improvements of the attractiveness of this region. And this is something which is also very, very important. We have to define this core network, which is the main connection. If we take as a model the one developed in Europe, and then we have the comprehensive network connecting all the North Africa, the south coast of the Mediterranean, and this is where we have to try to implement and to define what we want to do, and we have to work together, in my point of view, to make the effort to develop as much as possible this infrastructure. We have the equipments, and this is clear depending on the kind of companies that will work with us. In this case, I put here some different kind of companies on warehouses with temperature control, for dangerous goods, for bulk products, more bulk products, and also the services related with the people working. So what we have in Barcelona in the logistic activity area is also a lot of services related to companies working in the port logistic community, because at the end it's about port logistic communities, and this is something which is quite important. And here is where you need to have all the kind of buildings, also things related with security for people and for vehicles and this kind of stuff. And then I took the information from someone that I follow very close, Mr. Rodriguez, that he's publishing this geography of transport systems, and he make a large definition of the different kind of, let's say, activities that you can develop in these areas. So you have this inbound cross-dock, you have sortation centers with sometimes semi-automate sortation system chains, this local freight station, fulfillment centers, delivery stations, and fast delivery hubs, among others. And this is something which is quite important, because in the evolution of the logistic areas, and someone has already pointed this, the evolution of the shipping lines and the operators is a vertical integration, and sometimes now they're discovering that they have also the logistic zones close to the cities. So some of the areas in the logistic zones are becoming distribution centers, which was not this way before. So things are changing very much, and all the transactions which are supposed to be done in this kind of facilities are also under an evolution quite interesting, because more and more the differentiation between what is logistics, what is production, is more difficult to identify, because there is a lot of transactions which are done in the logistic chain. So this put us in a space which is quite difficult. No one wants to have logistic industrial zones sometimes, but the logistics are sometimes small industrial zones for some kitting, light assembly, technical services. So at the end, you have elements which are mixed in each side. But the true thing is, and I agree about this ecosystem, you have to define very well which kind of people you want inside. And in fact, in Barcelona, we also have a requirement, which is a certain percentage of activity related with the port, because sometimes, as I said, if it's this close to the city, you have the danger to be cannibalized by companies working just land. And this is something which can be also quite dangerous. Then you have the connections, and this is something that you have
2 minutes, please.
Yes, to define and to clarify which way you have. The true thing is the railway corridors are very important. The air corridors becomes also very important for the competitiveness of a port logistic community, because there is a market related with that, and it's quite the same for the same operators. So that means that you need to do that. And this will also define what you are going to do. In the infrastructures, you have go through that. The true thing is that you need the connectivity, the networks, you need the open data exchange, integrate payments, cloud services, blockchain, all the new elements were single window. And this is something that everybody is developing. The port community systems, for sure, is quite involved on that. And for the transactions, you need a lot of information which comes from these infrastructures to give visibility and to all the, and also to control the quality of the operations. It's very difficult to build quality if you don't have the information, add good information, and this is something that you have to regulate. So you can see here a little bit what we are developing. We are developing all these simulate companies. We have almost everything. We are developing all the different actors. And the true thing is that the idea is to try to say, okay, what these different aspects interact with the logistics zone. And I took the challenge to say, okay, let me give some weight to each element. I say, okay, at the end, more or less, infrastructures 5%, services 5%, equipment 20%, infrastructure 20%, location 50%. The true things at the end is that we know the global added value of the logistics zone. But the point is, what is more important and which weight we have to give to each thing. The true thing is, if your location is not good, in my opinion, it's very difficult to have something. This is, you need the location, you need the industry, you need the people. You cannot improvise that. This is something which you need to have there. And from that point, you can start to build the other things. Okay. If we go more deeply on what is each element, I give a certain weight to each element. The true thing is, this is to try to start to make models which can be live, in the sense that we can play with the different elements to see how something can change. Maybe someone can say that this is completely crazy. Probably yes, I don't know. But the true thing is, we have to try to go closer to this kind of models to try to simulate and to understand what's going on. At the end, the industry can be at 20%, the population at 20%, the land just the 10%. And some of the other people acting on that has already explained. Land is not the more important thing, because the important thing is all the other things. For the Port Virtual Lab that we have developed, we have the Port of Misurata, let me say, and in a East-Med service, which goes around the East Mediterranean area. We would like very much, and we dream to have a training center from Libya working with us. We will try to contact with the responsibles of the free zone of Misurata and the Port of Misurata to try to involve them, trying to develop training activities in cooperation with the Arab Academy and the Port Training Institute, to try to keep this relation for more time. And that's all I wanted to explain. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Edward, for your interesting presentation, valuable information. Please stay with us for the discussion session
yes,
at the end of the session. Thank you. So our second speaker is Professor Carolina Liz. Professor Carolina has a PhD in social science. Her research area is crisis management, humanitarian aid, and green logistics. Also, she is the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Logistics and Transport at the International University of Logistics and Transport in Wrocław, Poland. Professor Carolina will speak about the potential of Polish ports and the challenges and opportunities for the future. Professor, please.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for the introduction. I hope you can see my presentation and you can hear me well.
Yes, but please put it in the presentation view.
Of course. Wait a second.
Bottom right. Bottom right.
Okay, now it's good?
Great, thank you. Please
okay. Okay, so once again, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the conference for the opportunity to present my paper online. I would especially like to thank Ms. Nagva, who helped me in everything, and thanks to her, I can give my speech today and I can participate in the conference. It's my great honor to be part of the first international conference for North Africa, ports and free zones. I would like to present to you a topic about the potential of Polish ports and the challenges and opportunities for the future. I will start my presentation by saying a few introductory words about seaports in Poland. Then I will present you the changes taking place in seaports and discuss the structure of transshipment in the main seaports in Poland in 2022. I would also like to present environmental activities in the main seaports and future plans related to the development of seaports in Poland. So let's start about saying a few words about seaports in Poland. Seaports are strategic points of the transport and trade for every coastal country. They are an extremely important part of forwarding and constitute fundamental elements of the national economy. I would like to present you the most important ports in Poland, their capabilities, opportunities, and challenges that they have to face. In Poland, we have 29 small seaports and 4 seaports that have the great impact on the national economy and sea freight forwarding. These main ports are the ports in Gdynia, Gdańsk, Szczecin, and Świnoujście. In recent years, they have recorded great development and significant achievements in good handling. The port of Gdańsk is one of the largest ports in the Baltic Sea. The largest part of cargo handling here is taken up by liquid fuels. It also handles reloading of passenger cars, citrus fruits, and fertilizers. The studied seaports are located in 2 metropolitan areas, Gdańsk and Szczecin. As ports of fundamental importance, they are managed by state-owned enterprises, and these ports are connected to the Trans-European Transported Network that Professor Edward Rhodes mentioned. They are connected by corridors 6 and 12 and the rail freight corridor number 5. Ports of Gdańsk and Gdynia are located in the central part of southern Baltic coast on the Gulf of Gdańsk. Port of Gdańsk is the largest container hub in the Baltic Sea and the largest Polish logistical node. Szczecin and Świnoujście form Poland's most western port complex. Location of this complex places it on the shortest sea road connecting Scandinavia, Baltic countries, and Russia with Southern and Western Europe. The Szczecin and Świnoujście ports facilities cover Western Poland, Berlin and Brandenburg, and the Czech Republic, while the Gdańsk and Gdynia seaports cover the whole of Poland, Eastern Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Western Ukraine. All studied ports, apart from Szczecin, are available for ships with a draft of more than 10 meters, including the largest vessels entering the Baltic Sea with a draft of up to 15 meters. All 4 ports have intermodal terminals, including container terminals, whose importance in global transport chains is constantly growing. The ports of Gdańsk and Gdynia have large container terminals and extensive logistical facilities, which are lacking in Szczecin and Świnoujście. What are the changes occurring in the seaports in Poland, the main 4 seaports? In 2022, Polish ports handled a total of 133.2 million tons of cargo, which means an increase of almost 18% compared to previous year 2021. All analyzed ports recorded an increase in transshipment. What are the reasons? The aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine in February 2022 resulted in changes in the structure of transshipment. Bulk cargo began to dominate over general cargo. Due to applicable sections package, Russian coal, which was previously mostly imported by rail, was replaced by coal imported from overseas destinations, such as Australia, South Africa, and Colombia, which significantly influenced the increase in port transshipments. Due to these measures taken to oppose support for the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, from August 10, 2022, there is a ban on the import of coal from Russia through the European Union. there has been a clear diversification of supplies in Poland. Russian coal that I mentioned previously imported to Poland by rail was replaced with coal from overseas, which resulted in an increase in transshipment imports. In addition to the increase in turnover in the coal, ports also recorded increases in the transshipments of ores and liquid fuels. The greatest growth was recorded by the port of Gdańsk, which in 2022 moved up to the second position in the Baltic Sea, overtaking the Russian port of Primorsk. The record result of the port is mainly due to increased transshipment of coal and liquid fuels. Moreover, increases were recorded in other cargo groups, excluding other bulk cargo and general cargo. Let's see for the structure of transshipment in these 4 ports. Ports recorded an impressive increase in coal transshipment. In 2022, the ports handled a total of almost 21 million tons of coal, which was 135% higher compared to 2021. Increased coal transshipments in Polish ports are related to increased imports of this raw material from directions other than Russia. Ports also recorded a large percentage increase in wood handling. All analyzed ports collectively increased the turnover of this cargo by more than 170%. According to the statement of the State Forest, this increase is largely related to the handling of wood from Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and Scandinavia. Wood from these directions arrives in Polish ports, from where the raw material is exported directly to China. In 2022, ore transshipments in the 3 largest Polish ports increased by almost 25%. The increase in Szczecin-Świnoujście was influenced by the transshipment of Ukrainian ore. At the end of May 2022, the port of Świnoujście transshipped nearly 30,000 tons of iron ore from Ukraine. What are the environmental activities of the major seaports? All ports pursued a policy of protecting the Baltic Sea area against pollution from ships and from land-based sources, in line with the Helsinki Convention, recommendations of the Helsinki Commission, and the International MARPOL Convention. The activities of these ports were carried out in accordance with the environmental protection regulations of national and European Union law and in accordance with the environmental protection permits held. These pro-ecological activities of the ports are confirmed by many obtained ISO certificates in the field of implementing the environmental management system. The ports carried out environmental monitoring, including air pollution measurements, tests of the cleanliness and quality of port waters, and measurements of noise emissions. The ship waste collection system was also improved. In line with the concept of green ports, actions were taken in Poland towards energy transformation, including the development of offshore wind energy, which I will explain in the next slides. So what are the plans for the future in Poland? In the development program for Polish seaports until 2030, the main priorities are expansion of port infrastructure, as well as infrastructure providing access to ports from the sea. Adaptation of port infrastructure to the hanging cargo structure and expansion of other economic functions, connecting ports with other participants of transport chains by developing infrastructure for access to seaports from the land sea. Also, digitalization of Polish seaports ensuring protection for port traffic participants, and taking into account environmental requirements in port activities. The most important challenge facing Polish seaports is to adapt the port infrastructure and the infrastructure for access to seaports from the sea in order to handle larger ships. I would like to present you two investments that are at the advanced stage of development. The first one is the construction of Polish offshore wind farms in the Baltic Sea. The Baltic offshore wind farms will be developed in the Baltic Sea offshore Poland. The development will include 3 wind farms, namely Baltic 1, Baltic 2, and Baltic 3, with a combined installed capacity of 3 gigawatts. The Baltic 1 project will be located on the border of Poland's exclusive economic zone of the Baltic Sea, 81 kilometers off the coast. The Baltic 2 and 3 wind farms will be developed in the southwestern part of the Baltic Sea and within Poland's exclusive economic zone. And the second planned investment is the construction of deep water container terminal. This deep water container terminal in Świnoujście is to accommodate the largest container ships that can enter the Baltic Sea. Its aim is to consolidate the position of Polish ports in the Baltic Sea basin and make them key hubs of global supply chains for Central and Eastern Europe. A deep water container terminal in the outer harbor east of the eastern breakwater of the LNG terminal. The port and container storage area will be located on a pier. The deepwater container terminal will accommodate the largest vessels that can enter the Baltic Sea. It will allow the simultaneously handling of 2 vessels of 400 meters and 1 up to 200 meters in length.
Professor, 2 minutes, please.
I'm going into the conclusions from my presentation. So Polish ports indicate continuous improvement of the competitive position in the country, the Baltic Sea and Europe as their goals and priorities. Seaports are undergoing numerous investments aimed at increasing transshipment capacity, modernizing infrastructure, and improving operational efficiency. Ports indicate the need to implement new technologies, provide modern and failure-free infrastructure, use innovative, automated, and digitalized solutions, and simplify administrative formalities. Another important area of improvement is to development in the area of digitalization and automation, as well as adapting technologies and services to the requirements of climate and environmental protection. So thank you very much for your attention. And once again, I would like to thank the conference organizing committee for the opportunity to deliver my presentation online. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Carolina, for the perfect 15 minutes.
I tried.
Well, that's a very important aspect that I think it was the first to introduce the geopolitical aspects and how they can influence port operation and free zone operation. I think the discussion will address this. Before we proceed to the third speaker, may I remind you that we are going to start the closing session immediately after the session. And the speakers, please remain with us because there will be also a recognition for the participants as well as the speakers. Now, for our last speaker, Ms. Sylvia Gambau. She's a lawyer with a master's degree in environmental law and development and specialized in sustainable administration. Well, she's currently a partner and consultant in Proxytronics and in the area of sustainable development, environment compliance, ESG, and radiation protection. Miss Sylvia has 10 years of experience as a consultant for APM terminals and Mercer Group in the New Moines container terminal in Costa Rica. And she was the head of sustainability at the APM terminal. So I'm sure that we are going to enjoy her speech, especially that she's also a university professor for environmental law, sustainable development, and related topics. Her speech will be the impact of free zones and modern container terminal on sustainable development, a case study about Costa Rica. Ms. Sylvia, please.
Thank you very much for the introduction. So I will be short and sweet with my presentation and hoping to give you the knowledge that we have gotten from the projects in Costa Rica for the last decades and how you can use this for your projects here also. So first of all, I will talk about the Costa Rica free zones evolutions. So you might not know where Costa Rica is. We're north of Panama, so very close to the Panama Canal. And in the early 60s, we were only exporting fruit and coffee to Europe and to other countries that were our partners. So at that time, the visionary politicians decided this is the agriculture era that we cannot keep up for the rest of our time as a country. So what are we going to do with this economic model that we have that is not going to work anymore? So they decided in the 60s that they would create the Center for Promotion of Exports and Investments, and they started inviting companies to come and do business with us, start their production there. This was in the early 60s. So it's been more than 60 years of developing our model of what we have now. In 1981, the first free zone that was government run was created. And then in 1985, we started to create free zones that were run privately. Also in 1990, we had the official free zone regime law, and this allowed the creation of multiple manufacturing, services, and industrial parks all around the country. So our basic model is that they are exonerated from taxes as long as they are exporting services or goods. And then in 2010, we complied with the World Trade Organization standard procedures, and we keep doing that because we have high standards of the companies that are investors in our country. And then in 2021, we had at least 13 free zones operating in our country and more than 300 multinational companies that are already doing business there. Something that's important is we started with simple manufacturing of goods. So the first product to ever be produced was a hair dryer. So that was in the 60s. And now we're making pharmaceutical products, medical devices, technology, microchips. And so we have grown in those 60 years. We have advanced a lot, also as have done our working population. This was in the 90s. So in the 90s, we started to attract more complex and sophisticated companies that would do business. Something important there is that the companies that came at the beginning, they came for the tax breaks. And they stayed because of the political stability and the quality of the labor force. So this is the reason why they decided to stay and continue investing and continue growing. So we started with simple companies that were just producing consumer goods for exporting. And now we have companies like Baxter, Boston Scientific, Magan Medical, Roche, all the nice brands, at least in our side of the world, we have them present doing business in our free zones and exporting. Okay, something important that I want to also say from the other presentations is that we also had tourism. This is a very important thing we had, and something that people that are doing business in our country like is that they feel at home and they feel welcome and they feel it's easy to work with our employees. So it's important to take that in consideration, because if the CEOs and general managers and investors feel that they can do business because they feel at home, they will normally like to stay and invest more, and they will compromise and commit with the people and do business in a long term, and this is very important. Also, in 2021, we were already starting the digital era, which it was spoken about before. But in 2021, with COVID, we were very worried about our business model because we didn't know what would happen with the pandemic. And we started receiving a lot of digital nomads. And this increased our potential of doing business in a sector that we were not doing. So we started receiving a lot of people from countries that they were used to living in small apartments and doing designing for robotics and things like that. They came to our country to live at the touristic areas, in farms, at the beach, or near the mountains, and they set up their companies there. So now we have startups of very important companies that are starting to do high quality investment in technology also. So that's a new thing for us also. Now going into the container terminal. So as you can see, from the 60s, we started building our free zone model, and we did nothing with our ports. So 10 years ago, more or less, it was a request from all these important companies that were doing business in our country that we had to do something with our port if we wanted them to continue doing business there, because we had not updated or renovated our port since 30 years ago. So the authorities decided it was a too ambitious project to do. They could not do alone, and they set out a concession, so a landlord type of concession. And they invited companies from all over the world. We were fortunate to receive more than 20 proposals from consortia and companies all around the world. And it was a very ambitious project because it was a project to design, finance, obtain permits, operate, and maintain during 30 years a terminal. So normally you have companies that can build, or you have companies that finance, or you have companies that design. But getting one sole company being able to do all of this was complicated. So in the end, we had 3 companies that were willing to do that. And in the end, we had APM Terminals with an investment from Muller-Maersk to do this project. Something important also, we were exporting fruit and byproducts of fruit. So our agricultural frontier is very small. So we are not wasting any of the fruit that we produce. We are specializing. So now we have high-end coffee that is sold in Japan markets, in Russia until recently, not anymore. Also in Europe, we have organic pineapple. So we are turning our production of normal pineapple to organic pineapple, which sells for a lot more. You might have seen some pink pineapples that recently are being sold also in the markets. They sell for 3 or 4 times the regular prices. And this is why the container terminal also manages a lot of reefers. It's specialized in all these type of products. Just for the ones that like technical information, this is a 80-hectare terminal, up to 16 meters deep. Right now it's 14, but it can go up to 16. And it can manage 2.5 million TEUs at the end of the 30 years. Right now we have 1.2 that is being managed. And it's one of the 5 phases of a master plan that includes oil and other types of terminals. For the moment, the government has just decided to go ahead with the container terminal, which was the priority for the type of business model that we handle as a country. Okay, so what are the things the new port infrastructure has achieved? So as we were talking before, and I'm not going to go too deep into into the benefits, but we have reduced the vessel stay at port in 30%. And what does this mean? That we're receiving the benefits also for the environment. Cargo is getting in and out of the country faster, and reduced average truck turn times to 22 minutes. Before it was up to 2 hours. So you can imagine the cost and the delays and everything that it had an impact on in the country. It has also been more efficient for customers in reducing their CO2 emissions. As you know, this is an important thing. We have installed new scanners, which are currently running and operating, which have improved security, enforceability of laws, and also cargo management for our clients. Some of the challenges we'll still have to resolve are road infrastructure. We had an old railway which is not operating anymore, so we have all the trucks going on the road with the normal vehicles, which is a complete disaster, and there's still not a solid project to solve this. There's a road that is being built to make it larger, but not really solving the problem. And then the local free zones and infrastructure potential. So the idea of building the port is also attracting more free zones and companies to be working right next to the port. And what has happened, as you have heard before, is that differently from the companies that are established in the Central Valley, the ones that are next to the port don't have all the conditions to invest. So as they were saying before, it's not having just a plot of land which you can offer. You need to have security. You need to have high electricity. You need to have water. You need to have employees. You need to have all the necessary characteristics for a company to be able to invest. And this is something that is not present yet, although there are free zones. We are still lacking a big portion of what is needed for those rings of development to continue growing next to the port. And some of the high-end customers like Intel or Baxter or Roche, they don't care to bring their products from the port to the Central Valley. But others that have more intensive building, they need to have a proximity to the port. And yet we have not achieved that. Okay, so this is, as you can see, Costa Rica is a very small country. We have on one side the Caribbean and on the other side the Pacific. We're bordering south with the Panama Canal, so we have a very strategic position. And this is the areas where we have free zones and other services. I'll give you the presentation afterwards, so you can ask it from Najwa if you want to know more about where they are and what they are doing. One important thing of the real impacts of the terminal to of a modern port in the free zones is that for the companies that are producing high-end products in the Central Valley, they were able to almost double their production. Why? Because inefficiency in ports meant that they were dedicating a lot of their time and efforts and budget into having the necessary materials to be able to produce. Now with the efficiency of what we have, they are able to take those resources, those warehouses, and turn it into production. So some of them have doubled with the same budget. They didn't change anything. They have the same infrastructure and the same budget. They have hired more people. They did hire more people, and they are producing more with the same they had before. So this is something important. Also with products like pineapple and coffee, we're able to reach more markets through the efficiency of the port. So pineapple has a shelf life of only 8 days in the maximum. So if you are using the efficiencies of the port, you're able to use those 8 days wisely and have those pineapple in the shelf life in other countries faster. So we're being able to reach other markets that pay more for our products and buy products like juice and other things. So we already mentioned the Sustainable Development Goals. If you don't know them, there's a website that has them, the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. And it's important because if you don't know which areas to start prioritizing in sustainability, this will give you a clear view of where to go and what to prioritize. So some things that we did in the project in the Moín container terminal, and I'm not going to refer to all of them. After, if you want to ask questions about some of them, then you can do. But some of the important things that we did is normally companies manage their impacts. That's all they are required to do. So if you have an impact, you manage it and check, you're done. But there is a lot of money being spent in budgets and efforts in managing those impacts. So why not make it more than management of impacts? Make it management of risks, and make it management of your employees, your community, and making also benefits for your surrounding communities and clients. So I want you to start thinking about how can we emphasize on not only managing our impacts, but also creating environmental and social programs that manage your negative effects. And this is something new we did, and it's really given a very important result in our community and in the international community also. So for example, we were going to produce a lot of jobs for the terminal, and how the community was not ready to be available and to have the capabilities to join those jobs. So what we did was, with a similar institution to the Port Training Institute, not as sophisticated, because it was more for people that worked in the terminal, we offered a free course for anybody who wanted to receive it. So that way we trained our clients, our people that were helping with the terminal. We helped community. Everyone that wanted to be trained, they could go to that course. And we also guaranteed that we had a basis and a level for anybody we wanted to choose to be able to hire. So we gave also, that gave us a lot of, that leveled up the safety and security, because a lot of people were not ready to do safe operations in a modern terminal or to manage environmental friendly concepts within doing business. So we were able to do this, and we leveraged community up also. Also with working with local business, they wanted to sell things to us, but they had no idea how to do it. So we created programs to train business on how to do business with us. And then they were able to know how to write a proposal, know how to get funding, know what insurance they were required to get. And we collaborated with banks that allowed them to get funding to be able to sell to us. So these are things that we created that had a good impact on community. And then, well, you have the rest of the other 17 topics that respond to the SDGs. And if you have questions, here I am. So shukran, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sylvia, for this nice presentation. Please. Would you please bring back the two other speakers online so that we can start our Q&A session? So we enjoyed the three presentations from the three distinguished speakers in different aspects, and with three different experiences from all over the world. Okay, so Edward is here, and Carolina's there, and Carolina is there. Okay, now we are ready. Please, questions from the audience. Captain Yas.
Thank you. Captain Jos Leclerc from Canada. A question is for Mr. Rhodes. In one slide of your presentation, you talked about the PPP. And I know, we have a different project. We saw the presentation from Miss Carolina, also from the project in Costa Rica. And I travel quite a bit. I'm involved in a lot of projects, and the core of the big challenge is the financing of this kind of project. Then my question for Mr. Rhodes is, from your experience, how these PPP are working, especially North and West Africa, the whole African continent, because I know this is a big challenge. You know, there are a lot of potential, but the financing is usually a big issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, first of all, let me say that it's about financing, but not just about financing. It's very much when you have a PPT, first thing is who is the majority is public, is private, but because this can shape very much the way you will manage the facility in the day-to-day. And this is something that you have to keep in mind, because you can find the money, but it's not always about money. And let me give you an example. The European Investment Bank has developed a huge project to develop logistic zones in the South Mediterranean. I think that they haven't achieved to build one of these ones, and they were putting the money. So it's not about money many times. It's about how to manage and how to agree with the people there to manage this kind of facilities. If you have a good structure, if you have the commitment of the different actors in the port logistic community, and if you have the space and the means, you will find the money. This is my opinion of the experience of time. We have worked with different governments to try to define and to develop logistic zones. And at the end, you have the Islamic Development Bank, you have the bodies from the World Bank. You can find the money. If the project is good, is in the right place, is in the, I mean, and this is my experience. So, but the point is that if you put it on the PPT, you have the vision also of the private companies and the management of the private companies many times. And this is what makes very much difference to develop in time these kind of facilities, which are, as you have already saw with all the presentations, under a strong transformation period. So I think that the two visions are to go together. You need to improve the quality of the people working in the public side, and you need to have private companies with the vision of that they are also contributing to develop social activity in the area. So both worlds, in my point of view, has to work together to have a successful operation.
Thank you. Thank you. Please.
نعم. شكرا لمنحي فرصة التداخل. وطالما أن نحن في إطار الجلسة المعنونة بتحديات مستقبل المناطق الحرة، أسأل هنا ما هي توقعات المستقبلية للمناطق الحرة في ظل وجود وتزايد التكتلات الاقتصادية العالمية التي تجاوزت حدود الدول وانتقلت إلى حدود القارات؟ وأخص هنا تحديدا واللي ممكن تمسنا نحن كمنطقة حرة بمصراتها، وجود المنطقة الحرة القارية الأفريقية والتي تضم الآن حتى هذا اليوم حوالي 42 دولة أفريقية من دول الاتحاد الأفريقي من أصل 52 دولة أفريقية. هذه المنطقة اللي قدرت لجنة الأمم المتحدة الاقتصادية بأنها ستعزز التجارة بين البلدان الأفريقية بنسبة تزيد عن 52%. هناك بعض الآراء تقول أن تضاؤل دور المناطق الحرة سيتضاءل لحساب هذه التكتلات الاقتصادية، يعني بمعنى أن ربما لا تستطيع المناطق الحرة مستقبلا مواجهة المزايا والحوافز والتسهيلات التفضيلية التي تمنحها التكتلات الاقتصادية زي ما حكينا العابرة الآن للقارات. فيا ريت المتحدثين أو غيرهم ينورونا في هذا الجانب.
Thank you very much. I'll just give a moment for the speakers to digest the translation, and then I need a short reply from each one of you, or a short comment if you would like to contribute. Sylvia.
Thank you. So what we have done in Costa Rica and in generally in Central America with other countries that have followed our economic model is that we have very clear regulations, and the companies that are investing there have legal security. So they know that what is written in the law will be respected, and there are no sudden changes as to what is applicable to them. And there are no additional requirements as to how to do business in the country. And there is a lot of agencies from the government that are helping them with a sole window to be able to export or to be able to do authorizations before the government. And this has worked very well for us, but it has to be a decision from the government. And if you're involving more than one government, then from the governments. And that's not necessarily easy. And to maintain the legal stability is very important for the companies to make a decision to invest.
Thank you. Carolina or Edward, you would like to contribute?
I can contribute if Carolina is thinking something very short. Let me put you an example of the last two profiles of companies that has joined the logistics area in Barcelona. One is Merckx with 2 big warehouses to integrate with their own operations. And the second one is a joint venture between Busan Port in Korea and the Barcelona Port Authority. So this is the profile of the companies that are working there. This is the future. More and more, you build on more strong logistic chains, door to door, let's put it. Now port to port, but with the port, even the port authorities involved in the operation. This is completely new. Never before something like this was going on. Little bit maybe in Tangermet. In Tangermet is an example of something that is quite close to that, very related with the automobile industry. So that means this is the future and the new shape of logistic zones, probably, and this will go in this way, in my point of view.
Okay, let me add here a personal comment. And this also relates to the discussion that was in the conclusion of the last session. I'm also a strong believer in competition. So it is okay to have this cartel, this union, this group, no problem. The issue is who is going to be able to develop more business opportunities. The future economy and the global economy is going to significantly change, in my personal opinion, and geopolitics and social economics are have significant impact on the future of global trade, global logistics, global shipping, and so on. So I think we will need to revise our regulations, laws, bylaws, and so on, and integrate more businesses, more local businesses, create more opportunities. We are not splitting the same pie. We are all working to increase the size of the pie so it even can be sufficient for more participants. So I am with also healthy competition. Okay, one maybe last comment. Carolina would like to contribute.
I guess in Poland and in whole European Union, we have problem like we have a new law, new restrictions, and new goals, but the infrastructure it's not ready for that, and I think the economy is also not ready. So I think it's the opposite problem in European Union because they give us new requirements, but Poland, for sure, it's not ready for changing the economy, or the changes are not so, they are slower than the regulations of European Union goals.
So everyone is thinking about the future and how to manage and deal with it. One last intervention, maybe.
Let me just say something that with your comment, which I agree completely about the competition, and I think that we have to understand again with whom we are competing. So this is one of the main elements. We are not competing with the same competitors that we had before. this is a new scenario. And absolutely, we are competing with the main strategies around with big players, but we have to include the small ones inside. So we cannot let someone behind.
Very good. So I think by this I can conclude this session and thank all the distinguished speakers who were with us. And I hope you all benefited. And by this also, I conclude the last session and I hand over the session presidency to the closing session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina. Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you, sir.
Marta, la clase aquesta de documentació és a la una? M'ha dit l'Orlando que tinc que donar una classe, sí. Me l'estic mirant perquè jo és que una presentació que a més jo ni he vist mai.
Pues no sé, això és a
I ell on
l'Orlando.
està?
Pues,
És ahora a la una.
Sí, pero si quieres puedo empezar yo y te la hacemos tarde.
Bueno, si estoy aquí esperando que pase una cosa porque no acaban de... No sé qué están haciendo y yo creo que intentaré acabar.
Si no, puedo empezar yo con la operación marítima, que son 2 horas y media.
La he realizzat la welcome. Yeah.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. نتمنى من الجميع الجلوس لانطلاق الجلسة الختامية إن شاء الله تعالى. إذن الجلسة الختامية والأخيرة لمعرض ومؤتمر شمال أفريقيا الدولي للموانئ والمناطق الحرة، والذي أقيم خلال هذه الثلاثة الأيام الماضية 18 19 والعشرون من شهر نوفمبر الحالي هنا بمبنى السيسايد داخل ميناء المنطقة الحرة بمصراتة. أدعو الآن رئيس لجنة الإدارة بالمنطقة الحرة بمصراتة المهندس محسن السقوطري للتكرم والجلوس على المنصة الرئيسية، كذلك رئيس اللجنة التنظيمية المهندس على بابا، وكذلك الدكتور علاء مرسي رئيس اللجنة العلمية لهذا المؤتمر. إذن هذه هي الجلسة الختامية والأخيرة لمعرض ومؤتمر شمال أفريقيا الدولي للموانئ، والذي تابعتموه وكنتم معنا خلال هذه الثلاث أيام. الآن مع كلمة لرئيس اللجنة التنظيمية المهندس علاء بابا في بداية هذه الجلسة الختامية.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، كانت هذه الأيام فرصة للتعلم والتفاعل وتبادل الأفكار بين المتحدثين والحضور الكريم والمشاركين. لقد شهدنا جلسات مليئة بالخبرات والمعرفة من خلال المتحدثين المميزين الذين شاركوا معنا أفكارهم وتجاربهم القيمة. نحن ممتنون لكل من ساهم في نجاح هذا المؤتمر، بدءا من شركائنا معهد تدريب الموانئ بالأكاديمية العربية الذين كانت لهم دور كبير في جمع المتحدثين الدوليين والخبرات الدولية من عدة دول ليكون هذا الملتقى الأول أو المؤتمر الأول ملتقى دولي. لقد تم تحقيق الهدف الأساسي لهذا المؤتمر، وهو تعزيز التواصل وبناء شبكات التعاون بين المشاركين سواء كانوا بالمؤتمر وكذلك بالمعرض المصاحب، لجميع الفرق التي عملت بجد واجتهاد لتحقيق نجاح هذا الحدث المميز. كما لا يمكنني أن أتجاهل الجهود الكبيرة التي بذلتها الفرق التنظيمية والتسويقية والإعلامية، وكذلك الفرق اللوجستية والفرق الإدارية، وكل من ساهم في جعل هذه التجربة تجربة فريدة ومميزة. ختاما أود أن أشكركم جميعا على حضوركم ومساهمتكم الفعالة في المناقشات والجلسات التي جرت خلال هذا المؤتمر. أخيرا أود تذكيركم سيكون بعد هذا الجلسة الختامية ستكون لدينا جولة في ميناء المنطقة الحرة بمصراتة، تليها جولة بمدينة مصراتة للتعرف. شكرا لكم جميعا، ونتمنى لكم رحلة آمنة وموفقة في عودتكم إلى بلدانكم. نلتقي قريبا في المستقبل في النسخة القادمة من مؤتمر ومعرض شمال أفريقيا الدولي للموانئ والمناطق الحرة. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
شكرا للمهندس على بابا رئيس اللجنة التنظيمية لهذا المؤتمر على هذه الكلمة. الآن كلمة أخرى مؤتمر على هذه اللجنة العلمية التي خرج بها هذا المؤتمر.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يعني قبل ما ابدا الاوفيشال سبيتش، انا بس فعلا هاخد الكلمه من زميلي الدكتور عصام. احنا اللي فيه النهارده ده حلم بدأناه مع بعض في ورشه عمل كانت في شهر نوفمبر 22، واشتغلنا عليه لمده سنه بالتنسيق كامل.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this webinar titled State-Owned Enterprises in
فعلا لحد ما وصلنا لليوم دوت، حابب ان انا يعني ابدا شكري في الاول لسعاده الاستاذ الدكتور اسماعيل عبد الغفار اسماعيل فرج رئيس الاكاديميه. فعلا هو يعني دعمه المتواصل وتشجيعه لينا وحرصه على الوجود في هذا المؤتمر، وفعلا يعني هو بينقل تحياته لحضرتك. وفعلا هو يعني لغى يمكن كذا مأمورية كانت بالنسبة له علشان المؤتمر وأهميته. بشكر جميع زملائنا بالمنطقة الحرة بمصراتة وعلى رأسهم المهندس محسن السكروتي، وجميع زملاء المهندس أيمن درويش، المهندس عبد المولى، ويعني دينامو اللجنة التنظيمية المهندس علاء بابا، يعني كل الدعم والتسهيلات اللوجستية والإدارية واللي حضراتكم شايفينه كله بفضلهم لولا ما كان يعني. بشكر جميع زملائي بمعهد تدريب المواني اللي يعني المجهودات اللي حضراتكم شايفينها ديت ما كانتش هتبقى موجودة لولا مشاركة جميع زملاء من معهد تدريب المواني. عن مجرد ان انا بمثل المعهد، لكن الشغل الحقيقي كان من كتيبة العمل ديت اللي انا يعني افتخر بالانضمام لها. يعني اخيرا بشكر المتحدثين من كل دول العالم تكبدوا مشقة السفر وعناء السفر، وفعلا يعني متحدثين اقوياء جدا، very recognized pictures على مستوى العالم. بشكركم جميعا وان شاء الله مع بعض دايما. عقدت جلسات مؤتمر شمال افريقيا الدولي للمواني والمناطق الحره بالمنطقه الحره بمصراتة بليبيا في الفتره من 18 ل 20 نوفمبر بالتعاون بين كل من المنطقه الحره وبمصراتة ومعهد تدريب المواني بالاكاديميه تحت عنوان التوجهات العالميه الحديثه ودورها في زياده تنافسيه المواني. شارك في المؤتمر عدد 23 متحدث من 16 دوله، وحضر جلسات المؤتمر اكثر من 260 مشارك، وكذلك صاحب جلسات المؤتمر الدولي ومشاركة عدد 50 شركة عالمية ومحلية رائدة في مجال المواني والصناعات البحرية بحضور أكبر من 740 مشارك. والحقيقة الأهم من النقاشات الجانبية، الأهم من البرزنتيشنز والعروض التقديمية اللي اتعرضت، هي النقاشات الجانبية اللي دارت ما بين المتحدثين والخبراء، حتى المناقشات الجانبية اللي دارت ما بين المتحدثين ما بينهم وما بين بعض. أعتقد إن هما فعلا كانت نقاشات مثمرة، وبدأت تتكون علاقات وشراكات مستدامة، ليكون في وجهة نظري أن المؤتمر هو يمثل القوى الناعمة للتعاون الكبير ما بين الدول المشاركة في هذا المؤتمر والتعاون التجاري بين الدول المختلفة. على مدار 3 أيام من تبادل الخبرات للمتخصصين من دول العالم والآراء من أجل تحسين أداء المناطق الحرة بالمواني، انتهت جلسات المؤتمر على هذه التوصيات. 1. ضرورة استخدام التقنيات الرقمية في المناطق الحرة بالمواني لدعم وتسهيل حركة الشحن وتدفق البضائع، مع ضرورة وضع خطة استراتيجية لتطوير المواني نحو أن تصبح مواني ذكية. 2. التركيز على استخدامات تقنيات إنترنت الأشياء Internet of Things، وكذلك استخدام تقنيات البلوك تشين واستخدام أنظمة معلومات البضاعة المتقدمة والعقود الذكية لضمان أمن وشفافية المعلومات. 3. ضرورة أتمتة عمليات الشحن والتفريغ بهدف تطوير إجراءات حركة تداول البضائع والاستثمار في المناطق الحرة. 4. ضرورة تطوير الخدمات اللوجستية في المناطق الحرة بالمواني بهدف خفض التكاليف وزيادة جودة الخدمات. 5. دعم دور المواني كمركز تكامل لوجستي يقدم جميع الخدمات المتعلقة بالسفن وحركة البضائع والربط مع سلاسل الإمداد العالمية. 6. التركيز على فرص الاستثمار في المناطق الحرة، وكذلك الاستفادة من تجارب المواني والمناطق الحرة العالمية من أجل مرونة سلاسل الإمداد وتأثيرها على الاقتصاد الأزرق والتجارة العالمية. 7. دعم الشراكات بين القطاع العام والخاص مع استخدام شبكات النقل متعددة الوسائط للربط بين المواني ومراكز الصناعة والتجارة بهدف رفع كفاءة الخدمات بأسعار تنافسية. 8. تعزيز ممارسات التنمية المستدامة حول الطاقة النظيفة والمبادرات البيئية في المناطق الحرة بالمواني. 9. اعتماد إطار تشريعي موحد يتفق مع التوجهات العالمية الحديثة في المناطق الحرة بالمواني. 10. التركيز على تدريب وتأهيل العاملين في المناطق الحرة بالمواني على كيفية التعامل مع الأنظمة الحديثة مع استخدام أنظمة المحاكاة في التدريب. أتمنى أن توضع هذه التوصيات أمام متخذ القرار بالدولة الليبية، ونناقش سويا العام القادم بإذن الله ما تم تنفيذه من هذه التوصيات. وفي ضوء التعاون المثمر والمستمر بين المنطقة الحرة بمصراتة مع تدريب الموانئ بالأكاديمية، بإذن الله سوف تعقد ورشة عمل بعنوان التقنيات الحديثة في الموانئ النفطية في الفترة من 28 إبريل إلى 2 مايو. وأيضا سوف تعقد ورشة عمل بعنوان التوجهات المستقبلية في ميكنة الموانئ في الفترة من 14 يوليو إلى 18 يوليو عام 2024 في المنطقة الحرة بمصراتة أيضا. ونهاية أتمنى أن نجتمع جميعا بإذن الله تعالى في الفترة من 16 إلى 18 نوفمبر 2024 في النسخة الثانية من المؤتمر الدولي للموانئ والمناطق الحرة، والتي ستكون بعنوان فرص الاستثمار في الموانئ والمناطق الحرة بدولة ليبيا العزيزة علينا. شكرا جزيلا لحضراتكم جميعا.
شكرا للدكتور علاء مرسي رئيس اللجنة العلمية الذي تحدث عن التوصيات التي خرج بها المؤتمر. الآن نتحول إلى آخر كلمات هذا المؤتمر، آخر كلماتنا في هذا المؤتمر الذي استمر ل3 أيام مع رئيس لجنة الإدارة بالمنطقة الحرة بمصراتة مع المهندس محسن السقوطري. تفضل باشا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. بداية أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل للسادة الحضور الذين يعني واصلوا متابعة جلسات المؤتمر. شكر كبير أيضا للسادة العارضين في على هامش المؤتمر، والذي صراحة إقبال جيد أكثر من ممتاز بشهادة الجميع. أتقدم لشركائنا في تنظيم السادة بمعهد تدريب الموانئ على رأسهم الدكتور علاء مرسي، والسادة بالأكاديمية العربية للعلوم. للسادة شكر خاص للسادة رئيس وأعضاء اللجنة العليا لتنظيم هذا الحدث، والفرق المنبثقة عنه. صراحة فرق يعني شباب يعطوا الأمل باندفاعهم، واصلوا العمل الليل بالنهار من أجل إظهار هذا الحدث وإظهار المدينة وليبيا بشكل عام بهذه الصورة الجميلة. يشمل ذلك طبعا فرق الفنية واللوجستية وفرق التسويق وكافة الصراحة المشاركين بدون استثناء أدوا ما عليهم بأجمل صورة. شكر خاص تقدم به لجنة الإدارة لهذا وللشباب. نتمنى أن نلتقي في النسخة القادمة إن شاء الله كما تفضل الدكتور في شهر نوفمبر القادم، ونحن في أفضل وضع وبلادنا إن شاء الله في أفضل حال. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for participation in this event. Special thanks to those who travel from abroad. I know that for most of you, this must have been the first visit to Libya. And I know for most of you, it must have been a difficult flight because you have to take several flights to be here. So we really thank you. We appreciate your participation. We thank you and looking forward to see you next version, and wish you a safe return back home. شكرا جزيلا والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
شكرا لرئيس لجنة الإدارة بالمنطقة الحرة بمصراتة المهندس محسن السقوطري على هذه الكلمة. الآن مع فقرة التكريم الخاصة بالمتحدثين التي سنصل إليها الآن لتكريم المتحدثين الذين كانوا معنا طيلة هذه الأيام الثلاثة من هذا المؤتمر ومعرض شمال أفريقيا الدولي للموانئ والمناطق الحرة. Mr. Juvenals. Mr. Louis John. أيضا مستر ستيفن كازينو. مستر جورج فاجيلس. مستر جورج فاجيلس. دكتور محمد بهاء. دكتور محمد بهاء. أيضا لدينا مستر نيكو سايز. إذا تكريم المستر نيكو سايز. دكتور سمير علي. الآن مع تكريم الدكتور سمير علي. البروف دكتور محمود. أيضا تكريم البروفيسور إيريك. يليه المهندس هيثم مصباح. المهندس هيثم مصباح. يليه الدكتور جمال عبد الناصر. دكتور جمال عبد الناصر. يليه بعد ذلك الأستاذ محمد الدرويش. الأستاذ محمد الدرويش. أيضا الدكتور علاء مرسي. أيضا الدكتور عمرو الطويل. دكتور عمرو الطويل. الآن مع الكابتن يوس لكليريك. يوس لكليريك فليتفضل. أيضا الدكتور سلمان ناظر أو الدكتور سلمان نظير الموجود معنا عبر تطبيق الزوم. كابتن علي عاصم. تفضل الكابتن علي عاصم. البروفيسور الآن رزالي بن يعقوب. رزالي بن يعقوب. أيضا الأستاذ بديع كليبي أو بديع كليبي. تفضل. أيضا لدينا المستر سيركنز موجود معنا عبر تطبيق الزوم أونلاين. أيضا لدينا كارولينا ليز موجودة معنا عبر تطبيق الزوم أونلاين. أيضا ماركو بوتشي موجود معنا عبر تطبيق الزوم أونلاين كذلك، تحية ليه. أيضا إدوار ليتيز موجود معنا عبر تطبيق الزوم أونلاين، شكرا جزيلا ليه. أيضا سيلفيا. أوكي يلا، سيلفيا موجودة معنا في القاعة، تفضل. أيضا الدكتور بيتر موجود معنا عبر تطبيق الزوم أونلاين. الأستاذ هاني عمارة إعلامي بجريدة الأهرام المصرية. كان مواكب معنا للأخبار الخاصة بهذا المؤتمر أول بأول، خاصة مع الشبكات العربية والعالمية. أيضا لدينا السادة بشركة أبان.
يعني بداية بشكركم يعني شكر جزيل جدا. الحقيقة أنا يمكن غطيت وسافرت دول كتير وحضرت مؤتمرات كتير في دول أوروبية وعربية. يمكن من أفضل المؤتمرات اللي أنا حضرتها. استمتعت بالمؤتمر بالمحاضرين والأكثر الحقيقة الناس الموجودة هنا. شكرا يعني الزملاء، شكرا لأهل مصراتة كلهم، شكرا للمشاركين في المؤتمر. الحقيقة أسعدتوني جدا بهذا اللقاء، فأنا بشكركم يعني.
يتفضلوا السادة الآن بشركة آبان. شركة آبان أحد المنظمين لهذا المؤتمر والمعرض، والذين قدموا مجهود كبير من أجل وصولنا لهذا اليوم الختامي. أخيرا وليس آخرا السادة بشركة أمازون. الآن ختاما نتمنى من جميع المتحدثين الصعود لالتقاط صورة. تفضل استاذ علاء.
عفوا، المنطقة الحرة وإدارة المنطقة الحرة تقدم بدرع للسادة في معهد تدريب المواني الذين كان لهم دور كبير معنا ومشاركين كبير في التنظيم والتنسيق، خصوصا في جلسات المؤتمر والحواريات والتوصيات العلمية، دعوة المشاركين من كافة أنحاء العالم. ففي درع خاص مقدم للسادة بمعهد تدريب المواني يستلم الدكتور علاء مرسي نيابة عن المعهد، نيابة عن الأكاديمية العربية للعلوم والتكنولوجيا والنقل البحري.
يعني شكرا جزيلا لمهندس محسن ومهندس ايمن ومهندس علاء. بشكر جميع الزملاء في المنطقه الحره بمصراتة. ادعو زمايلي في معهد تدريب المواني يعني التسليم الاستلام الجائزه الجميله ديت. من فضلك يعني زمايل our colleague from Port Training Institute would you come. اتفضل الدكتور جمال، دكتور عصام، استاذ ايهاب، مهندس محمد، مدام نجوى. اتفضلوا. انا نسيت وليد. استاذ وليد.
تفضل المهندس وسام. تفضل المهندس رضا عيسى، وكذلك المهندس عبد المولى، وكذلك المهندس محمد مصباح، كذلك المهندس وسام، نتمنى الآن من المتحدثين الصعود لالتقاط صورة جماعية خاصة بالمتحدثين رفقة رئيس لجنة الإدارة بالمنطقة الحرة مصراتة. نتمنى من جميع المتحدثين شكرا لكم جميعا، شكرا للجميع. ختاما فليتفضل السادة إلى وجبة الغداء المقدمة من قبل المنطقة الحرة بصراحة. شكرا جزيلا لكم، نلتقي على خير، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.